So we'll move on to the next session, Mr. Lee.
With ice breaking.
I'll be starting off with a human bingo, like a group activity, so that we can get to know more about one another. Like usually when we play human bingo, there is a paper like this, right? And you have to talk to this person. Hey, do you have this thing? Hey, do you not have it? I changed the format a little bit, and also I already set the team. Team is going to be like the first row. Second row, one team, and third row, one team. So what's in the bingo is that there are like some descriptions about, for example, are you a secondary teacher? And you have to just because after you get a bingo line, I will have to ask you which of your teammates are actually a secondary teacher. So make sure to write the teacher who is actually a secondary teacher. And one more thing is that there are lots of free spaces. That means teachers can fill out a description about their team members or about themselves. So I will be giving you about 5 minutes, and let me appoint Pastor Lee as row 1.
Okay. We just need one name, right?
Can you fill out everything? But the thing is, to win this bingo, you need to get one line. So
I think this is memorize the formula. This is kind of
Name of who knows? He might ask. Should have better.
So 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Oh, sounds. 영어는 나의 못하시니.
If you cannot fill it out, that means you cannot use that space. If there's no one who can memorize a poem, then that is wrong. Swimming in the ocean.
Really?
Wow. When I was young.
Scary. 나는 요가. 극복했냐고. 아니, 근데 큰게 이 네임은 사람 이렇게 하는 거예요. 네.
모니터 불편하고 되죠?
네.
네.
So you guys have to make a description.
Create something.
That's not. Wait. It's no. You guys will be playing. You guys will be playing with others. You guys will
가능한 발표한 사람이 한 다이어리를 너무 왼쪽으로
같이 해보세요. 최대한 다 만들어보세요. 대회 팀별로 will be having a competition, like a bingo competition against others. Just one line. One line. I don't know, but Joe will start out first. So we'll be calling out one. 이거는 이제 시험 놓으시면 대결.
Later on too.
원래는 돌아가면 Again, it's about you. It's about your team.
Favorite color.
Choose any color. These are my favorite colors, right?
Purple. You read a lot.
Oh, library.
Everything's 맞아. 내 하나당 10년.
이상이 몇
So, can I give you guys like 5 more minutes to fill out the chart with the names? And then we'll put it together and see which name.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Right? 25 is about 4.
Yes.
Yeah, someone.
What is this?
Has a life mission.
Loves the story, yes.
We all have life mission.
Three more minutes to fill out the chart with the names, 25 descriptions. 25 descriptions.
Everyone to just though.
2 minutes, 2 minutes. One minute. (30초만 더 드리겠습니다. 30초. 30 seconds.
After 3 yes. After 3 yes.
Okay, maybe 30 seconds, 30 more seconds.
집에서 만드는 걸로.
Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, based bingo game. So basically what's going to happen is that you just make a game bingo template ready for a game. So our goal is just to make one line, right? Down, the prize, diagonal, doesn't matter. But if you can make one in 10 minutes, actually technically 5 minutes, you will be a winner. I'm not sure if there's any prize. Probably there's no prize, but
There
it's
will be
more
a
of,
prize called
oh, there is
bragging
one.
rights.
Okay, so,
Bragging rights.
so we'll be starting from row 1, so one representative read out, and then this team is going to cross out something. Row 2, we'll say something, and then it's going to be crossed out. I'm going to write down everything there. So row 3, do you guys have a representative who will be reading out and also marking the bingo chart? Row 3 team, right? That's Miss. That's Miss Shaw. Right?
Okay,
All right. So can we start?
Yes.
Go.
I've been to 10 different countries.
Ooh, been to
Nobody, right?
10 different countries. I made it
Right.
countries. Row 2.
Go to?
Yeah, row 2.
Anything, right?
Anything to make you a sportsman. Ooh,
I'm a
okay, sportsman.
sportsman.
Okay,
Ah.
sportsman. Miss Rout, your team.
I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing, sir.
You just have to choose a.
our own?
Yeah, you're filling your own. Yeah.
Just find one that nobody else has.
anything that you want.
What?
We're all certified.
All teachers are certified.
I don't know. I'm just guessing here at this point. Hold on a second. I don't know.
Just anything. Preferably centered.
A surprising habit.
Okay.
Okay.
Surprising habit. Okay. Someone has a surprising habit in that.
Nervous switch.
In that.
Just
And
put down
she calls
nervous
it
switch.
switch. Okay. So
Okay, we got one thing. Thank you.
row 1. T. Pashley.
I'm a female teacher.
Female teacher. Oh no. Okay. Has anyone used female teacher somewhere? No. Okay. Mr. Na.
Okay, loves of snow.
Loves.
Loves of snow.
Loves such no.
Loves
Loves the snow.
Loves the
Loves
snow.
of snow.
Loves the snow. Sorry, loves the snow. Someone loves the snow. Okay. Just probably that means you. There's a question. So if you guys, if there's a teacher who actually loves the snow, which is same for everyone, you guys can also mark it out as well, right? So snow team, yes, please mark it. Yes, loves the snow. All right. So row 3. Do we have any interesting bingo characteristics? Row 3.
No, we're gonna.
Yes, it's your turn.
Okay,
Yes.
all right,
I have that.
overcoming something.
Overcoming something. So there is a person who overcame something. Overcame fear of fans. Right? There is that default overcame section, right? Thank you. Row 1.
I'm a male teacher.
Male teacher. Okay, so they're going with more generic description, right? Male teacher. Row 2.
Can speak Hungarian.
Can speak.
Hungarian.
Hungarian. Whoa, that's something. Row 3. Row 3. Are you guys ready?
Go back to me, okay. Does not drink caffeinated coffee.
Okay, no caffeine, right? There is someone who does not drink caffeine. Okay, row 1.
Is an elementary teacher.
Okay, so I will read it out from the. Okay, so they're getting this line, right? So someone overcame. Wait, which one line? Oh, diagonal. Okay, so from the fill out chart, they fill out 10 different countries. Miss Grace. So there's an evidence. Loves the snow, Mr. Ekman. And the second fill out. I am a female teacher, and there are 2 female teachers in this team, right? Fill it out. I'm a male teacher. Is elementary teacher, Mr. Eggman. So they decided to go with winning the game. So can you give us a applause? But can we just go over some of the things that were the sportsman? So sportsman, who is the sportsman from row 2?
Mr. Pyong.
Ooh, Mr. Pyong. Congratulations. Now next, habit. Can we ask who this person is, or just?
When I have anxiety, I rub my tongue against the back of my teeth.
Okay, that was Miss
So it like
Lee.
cuts up my tongue.
Okay, that's very unique habit. Love to know we have that female teacher. We have it. Overcame fear of
Okay, that
fans.
was a slip of the tongue. I meant to say fear of clocks, not fans.
Oh, I guess.
Okay, it's me.
Okay, that will be. Miss,
All clocks or?
Only, that was in the past, not anymore, but for like about 15 years, I was scared of clocks after 10 p.m. I had to hide all clocks underneath the clothes. And sometimes I would go so far to take the batteries out, just set it the next day. I could not look at a clock. I would get anxiety. Yeah.
And-
Shaking and everything. Now fine, I'm told.
And,
I came to Korea and I was cured.
wow. The male teacher, we all know who are male in this play and who are also females here. Hungarian, who can speak Hungarian?
Your name is David.
Can you speak some Hungarian for us?
Hey, 얼굴 편하겠다 맞아.
오.
한국인입니다. 이 정도밖에 못해.
And no one can verify his Hungarian. And also, no caffeine. We should avoid giving this person caffeinated drinks, right? Who would that be?
Oh, I said I tasted. I had the experience decaffeine.
Okay, so taste it, Miss.
Because our group, we have to remember, our group, we're all Americans.
Taste it, caffeinated.
No alcohol, you're in our group.
Alright, and elementary, they decided to go with elementary. So it's unfortunate that we didn't get to hear all unique stories about our LIS teachers, but fortunately we kind of went overboard. So it's technically 10-minute break time. But can I give you guys 5-minute break time so we can actually go over some of the very important information before we start this semester. So thanks so much, and I believe there are extra snacks and drinks over there, right? So we'll meet you guys in 5 minutes. How close do we go? I'm used to it. I know 먼저 드렸으면 있어야 될 텐데. 아니 그레이드 수도 있긴 한데 그거는 쑥 넘기고 끝이야. 그러니까 그거를 너무 시간을 뺏기면 안 돼. 이거는 이제 인근을 앞에서 꼭 남기는 Teachers, can we start? Can we start, teachers? Yes, ma'am.
That's why I said I'm gonna run out. Don't worry about it.
So I guess we can start, right? I don't want to waste more time. We do have many things to prepare, so we'll start right away with the school calendar. So school calendar, it's in the folder, right? So calendar, it is. I can say it is tentative, so we can change the things in the school calendar. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that's the calendar we have, right? So August, September, October, November, December, and January. But if it's in the packet, so if you prefer looking over the packet, that probably is better. If you want to zoom it up, I will zoom it as well. But so on the first month of August, it's like a very standard, right? Orientation. New students are coming to school next Wednesday. We start on 22nd, but little difference is that the first day, I couldn't do it, but it is also part of the spiritual retreat. So it is Monday and Tuesday for elementary and secondary. So it has to be like partially green color. The 22nd is our first day of school. And there will be diagnostic tests, LCAP for elementary. Same thing with secondary. We'll be ordering digital copies of LCAP. So probably elementary, we do have to talk about how to administer the test with Miss Sally. But I believe elementary will have they'll be doing around the same time as well. But again, more discussion coming soon. And what's different from the previous calendars, if it's only exclusively for elementary, I made it like, I'm not sure if it really stands out, but make it different with other like school events or holidays that we have. So do we have any questions in August? So 수련회 is 22일에 23일. There is no like 수련회 on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Mr. Lee, do we have SAT proctors yet?
I still have to talk about it after.
All right, so if we have SAT on the 27th, we're going to be hosting it. The only requirement is that your adult didn't teach those students SAT and you are fluent in English. It has a rate and it's, how do you say it?
So yeah, so SAT 시험, the first time, not first time, but for a long time, we never had SAT tests in our school, but we're doing it, but we need your support. And it's usually given to English-speaking teachers, right?
Yes, and I think we need, what, 4
Okay, so
or 5
let me give you this.
proctors.
So I used to be SAT supervisor, 2012 to 2015. And for a while, we weren't able to provide it just because of the cheating in Asian countries. So they wanted to reduce the test centers, so we were canceled for a while. But thanks to Mr. Na and where's Mr. Na? Oh, Mr. Na and his call, we'll be able to open as a SAT test center once more. So our kids, our students will be able to take SAT here. Coming from my past experience, the students tend to have score better when they are in the environment they're used to. So I think this is an advantage, huge advantage for our students. So if you want to be SAT proctors, please come to Ms. Lee. If you will be joining as SAT proctor, you have to come here by 7 a.m. and it ends at 12:30. The compensation is about 100,000 won for 5 hours.
I told you that before.
So let us know.
So that's our August schedule. So moving on to September, elementary, just like last semester, separate music lesson and separate CA. High school, secondary, middle school, it's only Thursday. So I made it like this is for elementary only, but that's for both elementary and secondary students. IB prep that's coming. So it's all straightforward. PTC is important, so I highlighted using yellow, but the PTC week only for new students. So if you are a homeroom teacher, which I'll be announcing it in like 5 minutes, it's better to meet the new students before they take a midterm exam, which is next month. So it's more of a taking precaution before anything really happens around the midterm. So that is September schedule, but do we have any questions here? So there is one working Saturday, 24, open school. So that's one thing. Continuing with October, this is what it looks like. So holidays, we have a substitute holiday, which is over here. And midterm is that's from 17 to 21. No half-day midterm, it's just going to be normal midterm week for secondary students. And more coming up with History Hop, but there will be a little field trip it's going to connect students with the social studies and also the historical sites that are found in Korea. That's coming up later. And PTC, it starts from this week, the 24th. So this is midterm, and right after midterm, so PTC is going to start. So we are going to ask the teachers to have midterm graded as soon as possible, so that homeroom teachers can use the data on grading to be able to give counseling sessions to the parents. So that's what's going to happen in October. Scrolling down to November, so pre-standard November, right? So CA and ML music lessons and performing arts. It's going to end at the third week of November. And again, we will have a post-diagnostic test, same thing, LPAT, so that the students, so that we can see the progress from pre-diagnostic test to post-diagnostic test. But that's a school-wide academic, should we call it event that we are actually planning. I didn't highlight in the calendar, but it's going to happen. And standard November and continuing with December, 7 and 8, 7, 8 and 9 are the final exam days or final exam week. And last day of this semester is not December 16th, but it is actually December 15th. Why? Because we do have one event that we call it the Solomon Week, which is on, was it November? Solomon, where's Solomon?
This November 22nd.
I'm sorry, so November 22nd.
October.
Right. So there is another working day, which is very important. Where is on the 22nd? So it is here, and December 16th is a compensation for teachers who actually spend their time to serve school and school and for the school division. So that's what's going to happen, and that's why we are ending this semester one day earlier than usual. So other than that, it is a very standard calendar, and winter school starts about this time, December 29th. It's going to be 2-week winter school for the students who are interested in improving their English and mathematical skills, and also continue practicing academic discipline. Other than that, the second semester is going to start on January 25th. So I hope this counterpart is straightforward. Any questions with the counterpart? No, right? We can continue with the homeroom grade and teachers. So elementary, we have Miss Jung, E1, E2 and 3. It's going to be Mr. Guire and with support from Mrs. Kim. And E4, it's going to be no other than Miss Yu, and E5, Mr. Eknam, but it's going to come out later. Mr. Eknam, Miss Ginny or Miss Park, and 7th grade, it's going to be VP Huang who's serving 7th grade. 8th grade, it's going to be Pastor Lee who is serving 8th grade students. 네, 시험입니다. We're continuing with high school, so Mr. Tong 9th grade, Pastor Peter 10th grade, Ali Cake 11th grade, and 12th grade, Miss Lee, Ms. Stroud and Mr. Na will work together to continue supporting our students who are going through this very tumultuous and also very critical time. So that's what's going to happen with the homeroom, and Mr. Huang will be giving out this part later, but if you look at it, there are no other classrooms. First floor, it's set. From 104, 105, which is being renovated, 106, 107, and 108, which is storage, there's nothing changed. But with secondary on second floor, let me just show you one thing. The middle school classes will be using I will call it the classes on the right side of the corridor. So computer lab, and it's going to be right after, like there's a room over there, that will be 8th grade classroom read by Mrs. Christine, 7th grade, Mr. Wang, 6th grade, Pastor Samuel, and then Mr. Tong is going to use the same classroom. And on the other side, Pastor Peter is going to bring 10th graders there. 11th grade, I'll be using the room between the formerly Miss Stroud's classroom and the new room taken by Pastor Peter, and then the H12 classroom, which is your classroom, Ms. Stroud. 12th graders are going to have their place in your room.
I have questions.
Yes, I believe you will have questions about this. So that's what's going to happen with our facilities. And also, just one thing I wanted to remind teachers about the school facility is that we have this building called the other building. More specifically, we call it the King's Kids Hall. Another building right next to chapel. No one is going to use that place. So if students like tell you, hey, I have to go because I have an art class there. Yes, there is like an art place on the second floor, but if you see students hanging out in the first floor, they have no other teacher's permission. So if you see a student on the first floor, something's not right. So please inform other teachers or tell the student, hey, if they have like a valid hall pass to be allowed to use the facilities on the first floor. So King's Kids Hall, there should be no one other than youth taught art majors.
One thing more, since we had to expand the classroom downstairs, we are having construction this week. We no longer have counseling room. 상담실이 이제 없어져가지고 teachers, if you meet the parents for parents-teacher conference or any other issue come up, you can use that building. There are 3 rooms over there. You can use the other building for parents conference.
그리고 the timetable, which is Mr. Peng is going to give out the timetable, but this is for elementary 40-minute class, 5-minute break time, and there is also dismissal, which is around 3:50. The bus leaves at around that time, 3:15 to 1. So that will be standard Monday to Thursday schedule. And for secondary, very similar, but we also will have a snack time back. So secondary, we do right after chapel, just like last semester. Captain, vice captain, or whichever students you choose, will go down to this cafeteria room, and they will bring the snacks up to the classroom. And after having their snack, they'll be starting with the reading class. Now back to the morning session. That will be from Monday to Thursday, so our dismissal time for secondary from grade 6 to grade 12 is 4:40 p.m. But just one thing about Friday, this is elementary and that's secondary. What do you see here is that chapel is 5 minutes long. So everything will be added 5 minutes. The first period starts instead of, it's probably on the schedule, it says 9:40, but actually it's going to start at 9:45. Same thing with the secondary students, everything is delayed 5 minutes. But just one thing, we're not going to make another separate schedule for Friday. Last semester, we made like 2 different timetables, one for Monday and Thursday schedule, another one for Friday. But it was kind of a hectic to put those 2 schedules together in one sheet. So we just decided not to create another Friday work schedule. But just on Friday, just remind yourself that everything will be added 5 minutes. Like, not added 5 minutes, delayed 5 minutes. So other than, so probably no change other than kids being this 5 minutes later. No difference. Everything same, but just 5 minutes to add it because due to Friday challenges. And Mr. Peng already has given out your your teaching schedule, right? So before we proceed with GradeLink, can you check if there's anything wrong with your classes, timetable, so that Mr. Peng can modify and issue and print a new schedule? So if there's anything that are concerning, let us know right now, and we'll figure it out. 완전 소진이 정신이 깔끔하게 네, 네. 제가 필자를 만들어보는 그럼 이제 다시 거랑 새롭게 올라오는 거랑 이건 So elementary, there will be little schedule. We'll discuss more about the timetable with them.
Because it's, family, you know how you mentioned at the end that we got more 8. So the Lighthouse has to take
will also be low.
Because when you don't have that, does it show you how that goes?
You have to turn it all but the language arts, and then you're not the science, you both level 2.
Okay, so is there math? Yes. You have you don't have 18 years old. I don't know why it says this.
You don't, okay, so you don't want to.
Because I see that, I back in the classroom right now, because I just checked here. That I go to.
Now you're going to class.
Yeah, I'm going to 2 classes. This one, and the problem with that.
More about the practice.
Well, there's a lot of questions, but I think we're separate. I mean, how to work out, yeah.
그러면은 can we just move on to timetable basic school semester? I think we're okay, right? So if you have any issues rising up, contact Mr. Pell. But if it's not just individual timetable, but the whole system is not right, make sure to talk to your supervisor from each department. Elementary, there's Miss Sally and Mr. Yu. Secondary, Mr. Huang. So make sure to talk to them first before we commence with fixing the whole timetable. Just continuing with the online tools we have. So yesterday, new teachers, Miss An, Mr. Ikire, and Miss Jung, we just started experimenting with grading. So it's exactly the same thing, nothing different. Google, if you are using Classroom, just one thing. Oh, and for new teachers, did you check in today before coming to school? Before starting? So make sure to do that before, so that you guys also have the password, right? So make sure to check in before you start anything. But for experienced teachers, we all know this is the very first thing we'll be doing, right? So make sure to do that before we have lunch. But again, we use groupware, or we will call it Autobahn. Sometimes usually we go back and forth, groupware, Autobahn. But if it's anything related with your attendance, like coming to school, vacation, if you need to use vacation advance, this is where you upload your vacation request. But again, before you actually formally upload the form, make sure to talk to your supervisor and have their verbal confirmation first before filing a request for holiday, early dismissal. Those are pretty much it, vacation or early dismissal. And purchase request form, Mr. Pell also has the form, but before we actually they just write up on Google Drive, have a verbal confirmation with the supervisor, and then upload the purchase request form here, and then you you write down what this Google form, Google spreadsheet purchase request, which Mr. Kong is maintaining. So there are 3 steps technically before school purchases you with anything. And we mostly use Google Drive, which we already know. We will call it Class On to our parents, but the files are mostly on Google Drive. But just one thing about Google Drive Class On, we usually remove access to if it's last semester, we keep it. But for the sake of storage issue, we remove access from all semesters that are at 2 semesters before the semester. So technically, you're not going to find 2021 fall semester Class On. So if you are searching for those old files, make sure to talk to Mr. Huang, or some files are actually already uploaded on this grouper. For example, award list, for example, calendar, for example, pretty much that's it. The calendar, school handbook. If you're looking for an old handbook for some reason, really old documents are actually uploaded on groupware, or we call it Outlook. So those are three things we use for groupware. Google Drive, we all know, right? So we call it Google Drive, but to our parents, we call it Class On. So that's where we share all the files with our peers. And for elementary, sometimes the parents. Secondary, we'll be using Google Classroom, right? So, but when you are before making Google Classroom, make sure to share your Google Classroom with DCI or Minsley. You can put her as a student. Doesn't matter. But please allow her to see your Google Classroom.
Ideally, as a student, because otherwise I receive everything every single student submits to every teacher. So it fills up my thing. So ideally, add me as a student.
So other than that, probably we'll spend more time with Gradely, right? So of course, like as seasoned teachers, we already know Google Gradely, it's about attendance, right? So it's about keeping the grade. So if you're using Google Drive, I already reminded you, the grade has to be on Gradely level. If you just keep it in Google Classroom and say, oh, the grades are done, it's not going to work out because parents are going to check check their grades on Gradely only. They cannot check Google Classroom grades. So make sure to transfer your grades to Google Drive. But there is a simple way, only for secondary teachers, but I'll let you guys know more about it later. But before we proceed with anything, can you just see if everything's okay with the attendance? So again, usually homeroom teachers add their homeroom student to their attendance class or to their classroom. So if you don't mind, can you turn on your computer and see everything's okay with grade? I already assigned the classes and homeroom classes, but if there's something wrong, I have to change it right away. It's simple. Click class, click student on this left tab, choose a class. Usually we'll be doing with attendance tab first, right? And then find the students. Easy way, instead of looking at the whole thing, use grade level to filter out. Mostly grade level classes like geometry, algebra 2, just find your grade and just add them. E5, do we have E5 math? E5 math, just have to find math from 5th grade only. But if you guys have level classes, elementary, you guys will be doing leveling soon, right? That, we cannot do it. So you don't have to fill out daily 5 or language arts attendance yet, but see if you can see all the courses that you're supposed to teach on grading, and let me know, and I'll fix it right away. Yes, Miss.
You see, it's not confirmed. So this was a signature. This was a signature. I don't get it. Besides, there's no actual also. There's no place for actual.
왜냐면 20분에 방과후가 차이가 돼서 공식이 안 되기로
That's why I wanted to know about that.
Yes.
Name.
First and last name, yes.
School 1 through 3.
Did you change it?
You haven't changed it yet, right? Capital S. Capital N. So on PC it looks okay, right? You do review that at all. Classes, usually not sure, right? 코리안 메모리가 just for the other subjects, but I think attendance for class attendance, this is elementary guys. But for other classes, you do have to add students. For example, the Bible, it has to be attendance for this class, but great. Mostly attendance is just for your own. Mr. Sam, anything wrong? That's next. Yes, there is going to be counseling, but I did and I didn't read it for that. Oh, because I transferred the course and caught that. So that I actually have to do it. So any conflict or and H9 conflict.
That means I'm not having a computer, that means I'm gonna have to use my phone. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. For your information, just FYI. I thought it says B or B or we have to take a break.
Reading. Yes. Do you have any so if it's not you're getting it from you're not going to see that right here, but you can see it. So what's and then you'll be able to use E4 and then just move it to E4. So you can do that, or you can do control, or you can do shift and click shift.
So I tell the students keep the grades up for the level classes we do later.
Is Uno going to be a B or A?
I think A.
All of them are 12.
It's not going to be
I'm wondering about the it should be much higher than this is
we do actually have to we can share the list with Mrs. Because she has to assign text.
Do you want me to erase this?
No, just keep it. But we have, remember we wrote it, we wrote it in summer vacation, summer school break, right? So that has to be moved to another spreadsheet on the, which I managed, I'll show you.
It was like this book
Only space I can think of right now is
This is just searching students by grade.
Homework's going to be so easy. Homework's going to be so easy. Your homework. They included these make on you. So, yeah, and you're doing well today, act well today. So that was part of their daily prayer when we taught in class, because they wanted to move around. So I really like this. I mean, on you. He just, it's too much for him. I really like it.
That's a good group.
I think, yeah, every little rambunctious, but
One more minute before I finish my part. 1 minute.
People were cutting off and reading, and I'm like,
Can I ask a real quick question?
Yes, I need to bring my stuff.
oh, that's
Is this really NC7 age or is it just?
male students, just do it.
but it's English level is, are you talking about for
For
great? Because English level is pretty low. I have a sister, but it's super high.
So I believe we have lots of things to discuss, but we do have things to go over. So can I have your attention and can we move on? Can we move on? Okay. Thank you so much. So registering part, I think once we are done with this, we're okay, right? But just, I reminded the new teachers yesterday, but even teachers at us as well. After you sign in with using on Groupware or Autobahn, this is extremely important. So please have it on your cell phone or tablet. I believe iPad, you can use it as a desktop. If you're using cell phone, there is no Android app or iPhone app yet, but you can use like a URL links for you to be able to do your attendance using your mobile phone. So if you don't have a PC or laptop to take your kids' attendance, please let me know and I'll help you how to do that. But 제발, please, attendance 꼭 챙겨주세요. One thing that's so embarrassing is that every grade we have different attendance records. We cannot find out which person actually didn't put the attendance record or anything like that, but the number kind of fluctuates. So I hope that everyone can actually do their attendance on the on that spot. But again, morning is hectic, crazy things happen. Sometimes students' mothers calls and say, "Oh, my child cannot come because of this." So at least before you go home, it's okay. After school, it doesn't matter. But if you haven't done your attendance before you leave your workspace, please make sure that your attendance is actually there. So I'm only talking about homeroom students. Homeroom students only. Class attendance, elementary, I believe you guys don't do class attendance, right? I don't think so. But secondary, we strongly recommend because one good thing about this class attendance system is that you can add comments about the students, anything. If this student did something amazing, you can write it down and just have a record of how the student was doing. So I'll show you, if you have time, I will show you how you can access all the comments you wrote for this student. But again, just for the sake of your own record, it is strongly recommended for secondary teachers to keep the attendance for classes. But elementary, I believe there is a different standard for you guys, but just for your own sake, please, if you taught this kids, for example, U.S. history, I'll be like, the very first thing I'll be doing is check the attendance, add attendance, and then save traces. So make sure not to forget this. But if you don't have a laptop, it is a bit burdensome. So if you're using your mobile phone or other like digital devices, there is a way you can access GradeLink relatively quickly. I'll let you know. I will let you guys know how to do that. Other than that, grading, we all know, right? This is very important. Make sure to transfer all grades to GradeLink. If you have separate grades spreadsheet, I'm sorry, but it has to be there. The grades has to be on GradeLink for us to meet anything. And also the students will be asking, parents will be asking, where's my child's grade? So make sure not to forget to put the grades on GradeLink. And the new teachers current teachers were familiar with this, but before we add assignments, this actually has to be done first, assignment time. So you have to, as you make your syllabus, you need to divide how you'll be assessing your students for grade. So it's pretty much up to teachers. You don't put a lot of restrictions on how you'll be grading, you'll be assessing your students' assessment. But one thing that we all have to remember is this thing called character grade. Although we do not have rubrics or written rubrics or the criteria of how you be grading character points. But as part of a school education system, remember elementary 40, middle school 30, and high school 20% is your student's character. And for probably not the case with elementary, but secondary students, math and English, they were given vacation homework, right? And the one thing we told the students is that if they bring their vacation homework, we are to give them bonus points. So that I will explain how that can be done individually. But math and English teachers, make sure to remember that. Also science teachers too. I think high school, do they have science homework for high school? Maybe not. But at math and English, they do have science homework. And just one more reminder, don't make your final exam or midterm exam crazy like 40% or 50%. That's like the only reminder I have for you guys. This one, we can talk about it later. It's not urgent, And this thing is going to show up, again, right before midterm, right? So we'll be asking teachers how to write comments. Elementary, it's like you guys have more freedom, but for especially high school students, we have to consider their future career, for especially the students who are going to Korean universities. There's a specific format. I put the link there, but right about midterm, Mr. Wang and Mr. Na will explain to us how the comments should be done within 500 characters. So other than that, that's pretty much it for me. So this is mostly individual, a training I have to do with a teacher, but other than that, I think my part is finished. So should we continue or with your part, or should I upload your PowerPoint right now?
Do that? Okay. All right, so we're going to go, yesterday if you were here with the teachers, you've already seen the syllabus part. Just want to load it up, please. One thing about character grade on the syllabus, we don't have to put a rubric in there, but we should tell them how we are scoring their character grade. We have to justify it some way. Because apparently, a kid today, she just doesn't like me. So she gave me an F in character. So we need to tell them, you need to be participation, but you technically should be able to say, he participated and volunteered this many times. Or he was late to class, he sleeps during class. Those things you can take away, but put actively participates. Whatever guidelines you want to use, but give them a list of things inside your syllabus and how you will grade their character. Because that's the one subjective grade there, and you need to justify it. Pass up. Okay, so the syllabus part right here. Do you have a picture?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so the syllabus is just a glanceable semester to come. It's going to give you the basics about your class. I handed out, previous teachers have already seen them, they've created them, they know them. The new teachers, I gave them copies yesterday. These are the items you have to have on every syllabus. The most difficult one goes to your weekly course schedule where you plan out the year. But this is going to help you divide your year into a semester on what needs to occur within the 9th grade English class, within geometry, what subjects they need to cover. So each one of these, is that for light too? No light? No, because of light. Ooh. Okay, so each one of these will tell you exactly what you need. Course standards, you can get those. I've seen teachers that have just listed the link to course standards. It'd be better to list them out so parents know what they're supposed to achieve throughout the year, what the expectations are. The only problem is they're not user-friendly. They're written in teacher language. So it's not language that the parents will really be comfortable reading and getting used to. I want to say that since Common Core is it's just math and English really, there are other states that unpack the standards and will lay your class throughout the year. Look for states that unpack. North Carolina unpacks standards. So they used to go chronologically, now they go thematically. But your class can be laid out, and it doesn't matter how long you've been teaching, there's always someone that knows how to do something different or better, or you can help tweak. But you will need all of these. Okay, joking. Okay. We're doing your assessment on there. I want to make sure for your formative and summative. Formative is, are you following along? Do you get it? Does not mean formal. It's forming an idea, kind of. Do they get the process? Do they understand it? Can we move forward? And these are options, and I can type them out for you to show how you can show this stuff. Exit tickets, whatever you might want to do. Those are more the planning section, but you need to consider all of these things when you are creating your syllabus. Next. Oh, now we're, okay. So formative, monitoring students, we want the feedback. If they don't get it, we need to find some kind of way to reteach it. Low stakes. These do not have to be graded. Everything that comes across your desk does not need to grade. It needs to be looked at. It needs to be reviewed. See where they're at, see and have an understanding. I used to have 200 students within every 2 days, 100 students a day. At 3 to 4 assignments, we're talking 600 pages every 2 days that I was grading. That's a lot. I can't enter that many grades. But you should, in a timely manner, choose what you're going to grade or the grade book. These can be used, but they don't always have to be used. Right here, for grading. It needs to be used daily. It is not something hard to do. But consider all of these things. Formative. This is what a formative would look like. It is not a test. At all. Formative assessment. It's an assessment to see. You can do this 3 or 4 times a day in each class. You can play games. They love to play games. If you let them, they're so competitive with the Kahoot games. Summative is your big test, your chapter test, your unit test, and then your finals and projects. You're going to have a rubric. Please stay by this. Please break this down as it's stated, because otherwise we're going to have to go back and forth and do complete revision. So whenever you submit the final product, and then we'll tweak it from there. But don't tell me that this is my first draft. Assume your first draft is your final draft. That's the only way you can really improve on it. I do, we do, you do. It's part of lesson plans. We're going to work on that the next time. But this year, when you're looking at creating your lesson plan, you can tell them how we're going to assess things, how we're going to look at things. It's just a preview, right? Please plan and consider moving around the classroom. Get the students up and moving. Just like today, they have you in group work, walking around, you've got stickers on the corners, every different thing. Project-based learning, hands-on, just when the overall picture, just make it dynamic as possible. I understand it's ESL, we need to read. These students really need the reading. But I've already said this multiple times before, Ms. Yu has a great rate where she has the students record themselves reading the text at night, sending it to her through Kakao. So when they're doing their homework, she can hear them. Each student has to read it verbally, like aloud, so the more a student speaks in English, the more comfortable they are. She has a phenomenal way to do it, and it's almost like a flipped classroom. They've read before they come to class. And with our ESL students, they kind of need to pre-read. So I would say that's a strategy that is something I'd never heard of before. She was the first person I've seen to actually do that, and I absolutely love it. I would love to do it in every class. Not every class I have should be. She was the only one that really did it for me. But it's a fabulous way to do it. Try to keep them moving. And that's it. The syllabus, please have it done. Do we have a date?
It's 15 years until 17th, but the earlier the better.
Because we'll have to, everything has kind of an approval process. So when it's done, send it to always your grade level. So downstairs, it would be, you'd send it to Sally and then myself and Miss Grace. You want to be on the elementary too? And in high school, it would be the same, except Miss Grace, it would be VP Kwan. Everything goes through a review process. I might change a couple things or ask you to edit a little bit. So please get it as early as possible, but I know the longest part is your pacing. Pacing for the teachers that have received new textbooks this year, you have the teacher's manuals. It will pace it for you. It'll give you a broad idea. You won't be able to stay day by day. I've never seen this is the first time I've experienced a weekly syllabus, but it's nice. It's just hard to stay on that track sometimes, especially when you have students that have challenge reading. So it does not have to be perfectly followed. If you have to jump around with it, but you should, if it's written to be doing in November and you're doing that actually in January, you've fallen somewhere. You haven't planned it, you haven't paced it out well. So we have to see what we can do. Make sure it's relatable, make sure everything is within the curriculum. Any questions? So the earlier you get it in, the earlier you'll get approval for it, and then you can move on. And lesson planning we're doing next time. So today I'm just going to show you the emergency plans. We have COVID. COVID caught me, I was fine on Thursday. I came in Friday morning and I was like, I kind of had a fever, and I got sent home immediately. And when that happens, you don't have your plans in front of you. You don't have the textbook in front of you. You're out of commission. You can't leave your house. You can't come pick up anything. So we need true emergency plans. This is something I did when I was a teacher. Not first started out. And it breaks down for an actual substitute. It's not something that we don't use substitutes, we cover for each other. We cover for each other. But what you have in front of you shows all the information, someone that walked into my classroom at any point today, what they should do, what are the procedures, who you need to talk to, and if there's an in case of, it's always in case of. Like, thank you, here's my information. Please take attendance, it's always the first thing. Ideally, you want it done in the first 5 minutes of class. We could used to get calls on the intercom if we didn't do it in the first 5 minutes. It needs to be entered in the system, so I had the entire way how to take attendance. If I was able to leave, it was a known absence, I would have everything printed, ready, sitting on the table, organized, in order, and labeled. If not, I say to please go towards my emergency lesson plan. It was like a multi-document DBQ. And I kept one thing that I was not going to actually use anywhere in the next 5 months. So it's related to everything that you're learning, but you don't have to try to keep it in order. If it's an emergency, it's an emergency. You just need to have filled the time so the teacher that's coming in doesn't just babysit the class and have them talk. So emergency plans, we want 3 days worth. I don't care if you buy them. We're not going to pay back for them, but if you can buy them on Teachers Pay Teachers, buy 3 days of emergency lesson plans that are general that any of your classes could use. It could be a writing assignment. All of our students need to write. Our math questions, you can have a certain pages ready from another textbook, just copied, ready to go, give to the students. It's keeping on track with the academics, but it's very hard to follow someone else's lesson plan because you didn't create it, you really don't know what's in mind unless it's very detailed. And if you guys leave me very detailed lesson plans, I'll never really have to talk to you about emergency because we plan it 5 days in advance. Supposed to turn them in Friday for the following week, for the upcoming week. upstairs and downstairs. We don't run the same schedule. So it's still nice to prepare that teacher. Otherwise, Sally has to cover everything for downstairs if an upstairs teacher covers for downstairs, and vice versa. Give them your daily schedule. Just post it up there, like your weekly, just have this in a folder on your desk in case. This is just truly emergency. We can have it stored in the office if we need it. Bell schedule, class schedule, and these are the rules for class. The yellow, it was like the sacred 10 minutes. You don't leave in the first 10, you don't leave in the last 10, because then all the students are roaming the halls. So I gave examples, or I gave every category on what the teacher might have to do, and then I would share that and say this is the standard that I use. Because I had public students. They'd straight up lie and trick you. So it was an absolute no, you can't do this, phones would be confiscated. And then if a student was unruly, first, I'm sorry, put him in timeout next door, write him a pass, there you go. If he's worse than that, call this number, the security guard will come pick him up. I'll deal with the referrals later, I'll handle that, and I'm sorry for what happened. Last page is always the emergency, not emergency plan, but in an emergency case, fire, lockdowns. We know them, so you don't need to really put them in your syllabus. Somebody, a random person, a normal teacher would need everything here to be able to cover someone's class. So you do not need to recreate this. But you do need detailed enough lesson plans that it's emergency, so we know if it's simple as they'll do these worksheets. Okay, we'll give them the worksheets. As long as those worksheets tell them what to do. Leave it up to a teacher. If I covered Mr. Znaw's physics class, I would have to sit there and look at a physics video or read from a book, because I don't know physics. And we don't expect you to know the other teacher's knowledge. Is that fair? So emergency lesson plans 3 days before the school year starts. Submit them, have them in a folder, everything that they're going to need. You don't need to print it out. Have everything in a folder inside your class for emergency lesson plans. Doesn't matter if you buy them or you make them. Just remember, we're not paying you back. 3 days worth. Is that acceptable? Understandable? Quiet, yes? Got it? Okay. I'm sorry? Deadline, I would say, deadline is before school starts. Before students arrive. So the last Friday before students arrive, what is that day?
You mean deadline for emergency?
Emergency lesson plans. Just emergency lesson plans would be the, okay.
So with your course syllabus, the earlier the better, as I told you. 최대한 빨리가 콜 셀러버스. emergency 레슨은 다음 주까지.
Just know for every course syllabus that comes in, I'm going to take that and I'm going to look at state standards. I'm going to compare the two. If we have to start from scratch again, we will. So the earlier you do it, then I can compare it, approve it, you're done. But I'm going to have to look up the state standards and then yours and see if they actually correspond. Fair? Is my section done?
You're almost done.
네.
We're going to vote on it tomorrow. Tomorrow we vote on which lesson plan format we're going to use.
Just a reminder, lesson plan, syllabus, and emergency plan, it's where I talked about this term class on or Google Drive folder, right? It's going to be given by the DP font. So That's where you'll be uploading everything.
So you guys need our Gmail address?
Yes. Yes, so we need to have some sort of Gmail address.
Full-time and elementary? And, oh no, Parents was already on it, okay.
Okay, I have something unplanned to share. So I think the new teachers ought to know, but Miss An would understand better since she's from a similar type of school last 4 years. Students who come to our school has a unique culture. This might be new to Mr. Aguirre. So we are unaccredited school in Korea. So students ought to drop out with the public system in order to come to our school. So when they attend the school, there's a tendency they're attending school not exactly as school, but it depends on the parents and students, but they easily think of dropouts. So us type of schools has many students withdrawals compared to public system, because in public system, if you don't move to somewhere else, different country or different region, you stay in the school forever, right? But us, we don't. So if there's something that they're unsatisfied or disagree, they might easily think of leaving the school. So we typically, about 15 students in total withdraw the school just because of a reasonable, when they move to overseas or they move to countryside, that type of reason. So it's very reasonable. But if it's over 15, there's reasons like unsatisfaction, miscommunication, misunderstandings. So there's a parts that we can't work for. 오래 계신 분들은 잘 아시지만 15명 정도는 보통 합리적인 이유, 당연히 어떤 학교도 있을 법한 그런 이유로 이제 학교를 그만두는데, 그렇지 15명을 좀 넘어가면은 우리가 뭔가 더 그분들과 소통을 해야 되는 부분들이나 아니면은 그 아이가 좀 가지고 있는 관계적인 문제나 아니면은 학교에 바라는 부분에 대해서 이렇게 좀 소통이 뚫려야 되는 그런 부분들이 있어요. So I'm suggesting this. I want to suggest changing our meeting culture. 우리 미팅 회의하는 방식을 저는 조금 개선하는 거를 제안드리고 싶어요. I think elementary teachers are doing great. Secondary는 우리도 인정하지만 좀 원웨이 방식이에요. 여기 소통이 돼야 되고 우리가 라운드테이블에서 선생님들의 의견을 듣고 같이 디스커스하면서 해결점을 찾아 나가야 되는데 그렇지 못한 구조다 보니까 선생님들도 좀 어려움이 있으실 것 같아요. So I want usually the elementary teachers meet about 2 or 3 times per month, but they come to the administration so often and communicate every day. But secondary always meet at Tuesday afternoon once a week, and it's mostly with announcements, hearing announcements, and we discuss. So I want to change the system of our meeting culture. So this semester we had more students left than we expected. 저희가 생각했던 것보다 좀 더 많은 학생들이 나가게 됐어요. 너무 많지는 않아요. 제가 비교해 보니까 너무 많지는 않은데 근데 참 가슴이 아픈 게 it breaks my heart because I think our LIS students, LIS teachers are really doing 세상적으로는 ownership이라고 하는데 우리 선생님들까지 정말 성실하고 최선을 항상 있는 자리에서 어떻게 저렇게까지 하실 수 있지? 우리 리더분들부터 시작해서 우리 선생님들이 그러신 분들인데 결과가 이러니까 제가 좀 속상한 거예요. 얼마나 진짜 열심히 하시는지 알고 정말 내 새끼들처럼 사랑하고 챙기고 하는 거 아는데 결과가 이러니까 제가 좀 속상한 마음이 드는데 but thank God He's pouring blessing to us because we really have many new students this semester. In the first time when we did open school, I don't know if you remember, we only had many elementary and very few secondary. So the leaders were really worried that we might have only new students in elementary, but with God's grace, we have new students, all new students 1 through 10 this time. 1학년부터 10학년까지 다 신입생이 있어요. 너무 감사한 일이에요. 그리고 지금도 오고 있고 계속해서 기도해 주세요. So I hope the teachers can support this. This might be so there is 4 different meetings. I want to propose having Monday meeting, all faculty all together. It's an overview of the week. It will be pretty much the overview of the week. 그러니까 월요일에 저희가 5분, 10분 짧은 미팅을 하기를 원하는데 이거는 그 주에 대한 오버뷰, 정말 fast, 5분, 10분 안에 진행되는 그런 미팅이에요.
Every Monday.
네. 그래서 왜냐면은 우리가 if elementary teachers only meet with elementary teachers and secondary teachers meet with secondary, it happens in this campus, but if we don't know each other, sometimes we got confused. 이거는 조금 챌린징 하실 수 있어요. So, and then this is the most important part. 저희가 we pray, we're prayers, we're Christians. But I feel like we should all sit together in one place and pray together in one place Monday morning, starting Monday morning. This might be challenging. I really want to ask you to open your heart. 그래서 우리가 다 같이 월요일에 한 주의 시작이잖아요. 월요일에 다 같이 손을 잡고 짧게라도 같이 한 자리에서 기도하면서 한 주를 시작했으면 해가지고 제가 이걸 제안을 드려요. Second, no Tuesday meetings. Tuesday meeting 이제 없어요. 그리고 I want you to meet with department leaders. Elementary with Miss Sally Ha, middle school with Mr. Huang, high school with Mr. Yu. Intentionally, I put vice principals in each department as homework. 세컨더리는 엘리멘트는 아니긴 하지만 교감 선생님이 7학년에 그리고 피터 목사님이 10학년에 있는 이유가 있어요. 그 디파트먼트에 담임을 하면서 그 팀들을 같이 이끌고 가는 그래서 이 미팅은 서로 같이 하는 미팅이에요. 오실 때는 선생님들이 미팅을 주도한다는 생각으로 우리 반의 그런 것들이나 제안하시고 싶은 분들을 가지고 들어오셔서 아젠다는 선생님들이 다 가지고 오시는 그런 미팅이에요. So I want you to freely discuss about the student problems and also prepare for upcoming events. If there's department-related events, you can bring your suggestions and requests. And also, please share your prayer requests because we had some students who were sick last year. I don't know if it's due to COVID-19. 근데 아픈 아이들이 많았어가지고 우리가 선생님들이 모여가지고 아이들을 위해서 기도하고 또 힘든 선생님들 제가 가끔 속상한 건 뭐냐면 회의는 하는데 각자의 사정들을 모르니까 선생님들에 대해서 기도해 드릴 때 구체적으로 기도를 해드리고 싶은데 제가 모를 때가 많더라고요. 저는 이제 교감 선생님들 통해서 보겠지만 우리가 하나의 공동체인데 지체인데 서로의 아픔을 모르고 상황을 모르고 같이 기도해주지 못하는 게 속상하더라고요. 그래서 그런 것들을 이 미팅을 통해서 가져와 주시면 저도 선생님들을 위해서 구체적으로 기도를 해드릴 수 있을 것 같아요. Next. This is, okay, so we all have to meet in one place. That will be mostly Monday. This might be happening or not. We'll have to see. So I want to try this for this semester first. Fall semester will be a trial semester. 한 달에 한 번은 모여서 그 다음 달에 대한 오버뷰를 하는 이건 있을 수도 있고 없을 수도 있어요. 원데이 미팅이 잘 되면 아예 없어도 될 것 같아요. Next, we'll be having parents meeting. So far, because of COVID-19, we did only through online, with Parents Academy. But 부모님들도 이제 갈증이 있으시더라고요. 함께 기도하고 함께 모이고 학교와 함께 하고 싶어하는 그런 이슈가 있으시더라고요. 그래서 PTA는 아니지만 학부모위원회는 내년에 시작할 거예요. 근데 올해는 Good Parents Academy를 여기 와서 할 거고, Community Prayer Meeting도, as you know, Community Prayer Meeting is, I think, in the third week of Thursday or something. It's all together, students, family, and us all together prayer meeting. It's about 40 minutes. It's not that long. It ends before you go home. So please, I want to ask you to be in this meeting if you can. And next, okay, I'm changing the working schedule. As you know, during your interview, new teachers and the current teachers, it used to be 8:30 to 5:30, our working hour. So I want to suggest changing the working hour to, on Monday, we have a meeting. So 8:15 to 5, Tuesday to Friday, 8:20 to 5. So at 5, the school will be ending. You like it? So I want you to be happy, but we really want to do well, right? Because we're all hired by God. I'm hired, our boss is God. 저희의 보스는 가시고, we're only a team. Like, I want to work better with you. I'm happy if you're happy. Keep me if you need a prayer, or I don't know if this will be working well this semester, but let's try to change a little bit and see how it works. 한번 해보시고 가을 학기 이거 생각한 것보다 그게 아닌데 하면 돌아갈 수도 있긴 하지만 가을 학기에 이 시스템으로 하는 걸 제가 한번 제안해드리고 싶어요. 각각 선생님들이 저에게 오셔가지고 제안해주신 부분이 있으세요. 제가 그냥 생각해낸 게 아니고 그 얘기들을 들으면서 플랜한 거니까 좀 마음을 열고 잘 참여해 주시고, 일단 this will be starting from August 22nd until next week it's 9 to 5. So August 22nd부터는 이 스케줄로 간다는 거를 염두에 두시고, 늦게 오시면 안 되고 you don't have to stay until 5:30, you're leaving at 5. So 그거 알아주시기 바랍니다. And then one more announcement. I know it's planned as pizza party today. But we didn't know that is Wednesday. We had a plan to order Costco pizza. All the huge markets are closed on Wednesday. So I'll have to ask your understanding that there's a really good burger called Sai Burger in Korea. 오늘은 사이버가 세트라고 tomorrow will be pizza party, okay? So tomorrow it's not take your friend to lunch. Today, burger. Tomorrow, pizza.
I had pizza yesterday, so it's okay.
Alright, so thank you all for your participation. So Miss Sunny, do you want to move your session tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. But no, let's do it today because the lunch is coming 12:15. It's not here yet.
Okay. I'm keep okay.
Alright, thank you.
제가 말이 빨라서요. 15분 안에 마치겠습니다.
통역해 주셔야 돼요.
재원쌤이 트랜스퍼를 해줘야 돼서 조금만 이따가 해보고. 신입 선생님들은 보시긴 하셨는데 선생님가 안 움직이는데요? 네. 잘 알고 계시겠지만 저희 학교가 지금 이게 학교 선언문이죠. 저희 신입 선생님들은 다 외우셨어요. 다 외우셔가지고 저희도 학교 선언문 외우셔 주시고요. 저희 학교는 아시겠지만 2006년에 개교됐는데
2022년까지 왔고요. 지금 풀타임 선생님들은 22분이 계시고 파트타임까지 선생님 하시면 한 30분 조금 넘으시는 것 같아요. 근데 제가 이걸 작성할 때까지만 해도 애들이 115명이었어요. 근데 오늘 기준으로 아이들은 111로 떨어졌어요. 그래서 다 같이 한번 다시 또 힘을 내셔야 될 것 같고요. 이거 다음 장 넘겨주시겠어요, 선생님? 감사합니다. 스쿨 특파처는 아시는 것처럼 현재 내부서로 구성이 되어 있어요. 그래서 다 각자의 다 리더들이 다 세워져 있고요. 엘리먼트리 팀 손 들어주세요. 엘리먼트리 팀. 손 들어주세요. 네, 굉장히 보강이 되셨습니다. 저희가 홍민 선생님 한 분도 계시고 한정생까지 조인을 해줬고요. 그리고 미들스쿨 담임 선생님들 세 분 제가 축하드립니다. 그리고 하이스쿨 목사님이 이것이고요. 하이스쿨 선생님들, 여러분들 축하드리고 비즈니스 오피스에서 지금 리더를 맡고 계신 배지원 선생님은 지금 자리를 비우셔가지고요. 그분들은 개인적으로 인터뷰 드리도록 할게요. 선생님 이거 백하는데요?
백을 눌렀으니까
왜요? 백을 계속 누르고 계시죠?
반대로 누르셨잖아.
이거 눌렀어요.
이렇게 잡아야지.
알았습니다. 네. 이거는 제가 좋아하는 C.S. 루이스 목사님의 말씀이신데요. 이거는 제 교육관이에요. 그러니까 정말 좋은 교육을 하지 않으면 정말 똑똑한 이구를 만드는 느낌? 그래서 정말 좋은 기독교 교육을 해야 되겠다라는 생각에서 한번 넣어봤고요. 그리고 오늘 지금 그냥 설명할 부분을 할게요. 아시겠지만 HR팀은 보강이 좀 됐어요. 유 선생님이 오셔서 보강이 돼서 부부장님, 유 선생님이 주축으로 해서 선생님들을 뽑고 있고요. 그리고 나머지 저희가 공부를 통해서 유 목사님이나 교감생이나 헤드메스터 통해가지고 진행을 하고 있습니다. 그럼 HR에는 무엇을 하냐면 계약에 관련된 거는 다 저희가 맡고 있어요. 그래서 계약이나 방학이나 아프시거나 지각하거나 일찍 교퇴하시는 부분에 대해서는 제가 다 핸들링을 하고 있어서 각 부처별로 교감생한테 말씀드리는 건 알고 있는데 저도 같이 말씀해 주셨으면 좋겠어요. 제가 지각을 하게 된다? 아니면 제가 아프다? 제가 좀 일찍 가야 된다라고 하면 혹시 조퇴를 하셔야 되는데 단차를 쓰시거나 단차를 하셔야 되는데 조퇴를 하실 경우가 있어요. 그럼 제가 다시 또 서류 작업을 다시 해야 되기 때문에 반드시 저도 같이 해주시길 바랍니다. 그리고 스쿨 코드는 잘 알고 계시겠지만 어제 신인 선생님은 다시 한번 말씀드렸고요. 타인은 해주시면 너무 감사하고 그리고 폴로 추천해주시고 신인 선생님들은 후디나 티셔츠에 지금 현재 원하시는 거 한 벌씩 드리고 있습니다. 안 되는 거는 이거 잘 보셔야 돼요. 내일 시험 봐요. 퀴즈볼에 나옵니다. 퀴즈볼에 나와서 어워드가 있기 때문에 꼭 외우셔야 돼요. 미니스커트 안 되고, 그 다음에 뭐 이렇게 스트랩 안 되고, 이렇게 막 티저니 진 안 되고, 너무 티셔츠 너무 이렇게 폴로가 안 되고, 프리플러 안 된다라는 거. 그리고 저희가 교사분들하고 어드미니스트레이터하고 관계가 다른 부분이 뭐냐면 시수 부분이에요. 그래서 그냥 명확하게 20시수 있으면 나는 교사다. 그래서 한번 100회형이 동시에 다 같이 쉴 수 있고 저희 같은 경우는 언더 12시수를 못 받은 사람들은 저희는 허락받고 쉬어야 돼요. 방학을 그냥 다 같이 공통으로 쉴 수 없고 제가 원하는 날짜를 부소장한테 얘기하고 허락을 받으면 쉴 수 있는 게 기차일 것 같아요. 그리고 이건 교사분들 휴가는 무조건 공통휴가가 4일 동안 있고 그리고 연차마다 하루부터 5일까지 받게 된다라는 거 설명을 드렸어요. 이거는 1년차는 하루를 더 들어서 21일이고요. 1년 동안. 그 다음 2년은 22일, 3일 그래서 이거 맥시멈으로 5일까지 받을 수가 있어요. 그래서 4년차 이상이 되면은 선생님들은 25일까지 받아 평선생님이 25일까지 받으세요. 그리고 이거는 저희 행정팀 선생님들, 정보행정하시는 선생님들 연차는 가장 많은 연차가 22일까지 받을 수 있어요. 먹기 시간은 제가 만들 때만 해도 이렇게 됐었는데요. 부부장님 바꾸셔가지고 이거 내일 시험에 나와요. 그래서 20분부터 5시로 바뀌었습니다. 네. 그래서 기준은 딱 하나예요. 그냥 학생들이 있으면 9 to 5고 학생들이 없으면 8시 20분부터 5시로 바뀌었습니다. 그리고 이거는 계속 말씀을 드리는데요. IP가 다른 상품 절대 안 돼요. 그래서 반드시 학교에 있는 컴퓨터나 학교에 있는 와이파이를 잡아주셔가지고 체크인을 해달라고 말씀드리고, 안 하시면 제가 또 이메일을 보내요. 굳이 이메일을 받고 싶으시면은 받아도 되는데, 그리고 지금 아시는 것처럼 휴가의 종류는 하루 연차가 있고, 하프데이가 있고, 그 다음에 스페셜 리브 같은 경우는 예비군 훈련 같은 거 받으실 때 남자 선생님들은 내시고 가세요. 그 다음에 일찍 조퇴를 하거나 그다음 외출을 하시는 경우, 이게 다 모두 되는데, 이거의 조건은 무조건 부처장의 허락이 떨어져야 돼요. 허락이 없이 아무튼 그냥 허리 올려주시고 가시면 절대 안 되고, 반드시 더블로 퍼미션을 받으셔야 됩니다. 리포트 해주시고, 부서장하고 저한테 리포트를 해주시고요. 그 다음에 아프신 경우는 반드시 메디컬 리포트를 내셔야지 10게이지가 되고, 메디컬 리포트가 없으면 그냥 백기션이 까지는 거라고 생각하시면 돼요. 반드시 아우트반에 올려주셔야 된다는 걸 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 그리고 물건을 사시고 싶은 분들은 지금 다 알고 계신 것처럼 더블로 부서장한테 허락을 맡으시고, 그리고 지금 현재 행정실에서 물품을 사시는 걸 도와주는 선생님은 안소진 선생님하고 성 선생님이세요. 그래서 내가 원하는 날짜가 수요일이다. 그러면 3, 4일 전에 오픈 말씀해 주셔가지고 물건을 구입해 주시기 바랍니다. 그리고 요번에 토요일 근무가 오프라인이 9월 24일 날 있고요. 솔로몬이 10월 22일 날 있고, 패밀리 캠프는 봄학기예요. 그리고 조금 이따가 다시 말씀드리고, SAT는 얼라운서가 따로 발생이 되니까 이거는 맨데토리가 아니고, 아까 말씀드렸던 것처럼 원하는 선생님, 그리고 혹시나 같이 중민해 주시는 선생님들은, 잉글리시 스피커 선생님들을 좀 도와주시면 좋을 것 같은데, 100명이기 때문에 프락토가 저희가 적어도 5분이 필요해요. 감사합니다. Okay, so lunch is prepared. It came earlier than I thought. So before we go for lunch, Mr. Samuel Lee, could you pray for us?
Father, thank you so much for this meeting and fellowship. Foremost, we just lift you up, and all this is for you. Whether we eat or drink, it's all for you. So help us to always have that mindset that whatever we do, eat or drink or teach students or deliver a message or teach math or English, whatever the subject may be, that we're doing it to you and for you and with you. Will you bless all of us in this PD days and help us have a great time as we eat lunch together. Thank you, love you, in Jesus' name, pray.
Okay, one thing more. I forgot to give you an announcement. So we don't, the PD schedule for today is over. So there is no scheduled PD for afternoon. You can have your individual time. But as you know, we have construction downstairs and the Wi-Fi isn't working. So you'll have to, if the computer works in the next classrooms, you can do your work in your classroom, but if it doesn't work, you'll have to stay here probably for this week. Elementary teachers, I'm not sure if it works or not. So, and then start with your syllabus, working on your syllabus in this room or in your classroom. Thank you. 감사합니다.
생일을 2시반에 할게요. 식사도 하시고 2시반에 선생님 방에 갈게요. 네.
It's in the science lab. The lunch is
So we need to have a Gmail address. Share the Google Drive. Yeah, the Google Drive that he sent on, you have to be at you. Share it. Yeah, usually it's on the,
We already started performing.
No, I
Billy got, it's considered practice. So done at 12:30. Mr. Na, are you gonna do Proctor? Yes, no, yes, okay, so we have, this J? Okay, so we at least have two so far. We have 75 minutes, so we need at least 4 or 5. I think I'll need a little monitor. Increases the, increases the assistant also, the coordinator. You don't really want to do this for you. But I have a former, so I can all the settings. So I know everything going on. Because there's nothing that we can do afterwards. You can do it? Yeah. Okay, got it. I like this. That's the early part. So early. I would come over here. That's why I was 3 to 4.
Is it going to be first thing or last thing? When I address
Well, a lot of people used to call me Mr. A.
Mr. A, probably the students will call me Mr. A, right?
Yeah, you can call me Mr. A, I have no problem.
Okay, so Mr. John, Mr. Green doesn't really matter. Mr. Greenway, Mr. John doesn't really matter. Yeah.
If I don't respond, it's because I probably don't hear you.
Yes.
So I, I'm sorry.
I may create one thing from, this way.
If you were to use the same for classroom, then make sure to remove all the time.
Okay, so this is great.
You just have to change the title.
I can use my personal Google account.
That's all we have. We don't have like professional,
Okay.
We all have it.
I can make,
Well, that's because I still have my old school.
I can create, that's a new, brand new, so like H, 10,
Oh, you're not having much.
Hold on, I want to tell you my Gmail.
Ooh, wait. But the thing is, don't they already have it? Because you guys are communicating over using email, right? Maybe not.
I'm not sure, but I'll do it later. That way it's just taken care of, because if not, things will come up.
That's straightforward. Because the problem the first day, you'll be giving out information code, and then,
so this code I will give my.
so what? And go to rating. Go to rating. Wait, first. Oh, you have to move kids, right? Wait, oh, that's actually everyone. Yeah, that's right.
It's 6 and 7.
6 and 7 is back, right?
So this one I did 17.
Then you finish this part. That has to go. Because what's going to happen is that, for example, GC, it's going to turn this teacher usable. You can use the same standard, right? If you want to change it, because I just copy paste it from last semester.
Sign the sign first, and then what?
And then, I guess I'll just show mine first. That's going to be faster. Or should we do it later?
Yeah, we can do
We
later.
can later. It's lunchtime. 예.
우리 제가 한 5분부터 점심 먹고 난 후에 오늘 중문 들어갈 건데 대충 좀 넣어주세요, 레벨. 선생님.
아, 예, 지금 하고
예,
있어요.
예.
이 선생님이 하고 있어가지고.
네, 뭐 한두 명 뭐 이렇게 틀려도 상관없으니까 그 옆에 란 있죠. 거기에
네,
애들 이름
뭐.
넣어주시면 돼요. 만약에 애들이 똑같으면 올 이렇게 하면 돼요. 네.
틀 일이 없죠.
아니 그러니까 뭐 취하면 전체 이렇게.
아,
네.
네.
그렇게 하고 그 다른 거만 할 때만 이름만 주시면 한글 이름 주세요.
한글 이름으로 예.
And right now, available or?
Oh, well, I need to first set up and now this.
And Mr. Huang has his view about that. Mr. Huang, vice president.
He would have to work for.
So I had this drink here the whole time.
I mean, he always do that.
Separate.
He always.
As long as it has a lid, is that okay?
Yeah, it is. You can tell Mr. Huang. Scratch it.
I can put in here.
I have a question.
He loves his computer from the computer.
It's, the books, you said we can get them digitally on computer. Is that possible to get them? I heard something about that these are, they have files.
Textbook guy, but secondary, me, I don't know anything about it.
So,
Okay,
this
but
is,
do you have files like that for secondary?
Yeah, like we just found a week ago.
how do I do this?
Okay, so I don't wanna take these, I don't wanna, lug these around all the since I get the right training. So taking out those elements, less everywhere, I can.
But it depends, like, I have to go on. But if you want to add, or unless you watch it, the legal purpose. But,
I like what you're saying.
So this one, midterm and final is together or?
no, you can, they have,
Only this midterm, and then after that, again, I assign the final.
doesn't really matter, I guess, doesn't really matter. As long as it's like, they know that this portion of grade is midterm and final.
Oh, so this one is each semester,
We can.
each semester like 100%?
So out of 100%, these are the half.
With and final, including with and final, and then becomes altogether as one semester?
Yes.
Ah, the former school is, half a semester is 100% and half, we have two semesters.
It's like
One
quarter.
semester quarter, yeah,
Quarter.
we have quarter system.
Here's-
Oh, this whole semester, I see.
So midterm is kind of like your, like end of quarter.
Then,
So do you miss your extra class and business modules? Because I kind of talk about like the only source of the thing.
Well, I can Google it, like you said, and see if this one has credit.
Or just take a picture of it and use your smartphone.
Yeah, I can scan it. Yeah.
with the final, with the final, 30%, homework to be credit.
So there will be no project.
I don't know.
Project.
Well, project will include in the homework.
Okay, it's not going to be like a big homework, right? Or,
It's not really huge project, but
Maybe.
within homework, I will give them project also, all including homework.
that makes sense.
So, but,
Okay, so let's go to create sheet. That means it's still classic sets. Sign in with little copy. Yeah, so if you see that, then you can create note that everything's allowed. So the thing is, rigor one, you can only apply to one assignment title.
well, if I, because it's different name,
It's going to find the same.
this one,
And it's going to be only homework, right?
yeah.
Okay, that's
Homework.
class, choose your class. And this, if you read the manual, it says like, if student that didn't do anything, how is it going to be marked on everything? You choose a
It's a great, they don't know what to do. And then allow edits.
So that means like, if you want to edit on grade point, you can do it. But just one thing, if you sync it, it's going to sync the grades from there. So let's say you gave this student 100 on grade, but on it said if it's 80 on Google Classroom, it's going to change. It's going to override.
So, if I type here and grade, they will automatically synchronize
Right.
to this grade.
Yes. So that means if you put different grade here, then the grade you put on graded, it's gone. It's going to be replaced with the one you sync.
Oh, so it will be got, what do you mean? So from here, if I first, I always start Google Classroom first, and then automatically come to here, then it will disappear from here?
No, it's not going to disappear here. It's going to disappear here.
What do you mean disappear?
Because with this, whenever you click sync, it always brings it all data from here. So this is prioritized.
So for instance, like one student, over 80% or something, then it's automatically come to grading,
It's going to be there as 80.
and 80.
But if you put 100 here for some reason, if you did it in both places, it's going to, that grade you put there on grade thing, it's going to be gone.
Why?
Because the overriding thing means overriding.
Overriding will be gone.
I found the.
So, okay, for instance, like this one is 80, and then this one is 100. The number will be
Gone.
disappear,
That's what I
yes,
mean.
but the 80 stays 80, so this is always a standard
You
value.
do want to be straight.
Is there like a correct
You just
pronunciation?
don't, well, you can roll.
But
You
if
have
I
to roll your
said.
R's.
Oh, I can't do that.
No, but that's okay, you just call me Mr. A.
Okay.
That'd be better for everybody.
Alrighty.
Because I'm so used to it, because at my school, that's what they used to call me.
Alright.
Yeah, we're good, we're good.
That's my struggle when I learned Spanish. I can't roll the R.
Oh, that's okay, just call me Mr. A. I'm okay with that.
If I set up out of 80, then maximum is 80, but this is maximum 100. So out of 100, then you have 80, then
Here it's
this
going to be, it's going to be,
80, right?
it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be.
Yeah. Okay,
So that's it, that's what it is.
and then save. Interesting.
So you will see this button sync. So click sync whenever you want to get this grade to be transferred to.
Oh, they click it whenever, it's not automatic for the show, I click.
You have to.
Interesting.
So it's almost finished. So that's how you do it for all of them. So you do have to create a separate class, two classes for each one.
Each one, so great, so.
But they're not here in there.
Where is my assignment?
Yes.
I will not do assignment here, but I will do
Okay.
classroom. So what I did, measure scale, intelligence scale, types. This one apply for all my class or
So you can change. You can change all the classes. If you want to say you have to make it.
automatically? So each one I need to click.
And then
So
assign
this is
for-
like 10 and 12 graders, 8 Cal, 11, this is 100 Cal. Oh, it's all different.
Because this is actually top that for the teacher.
But what about the blue one?
Those are extra. Right, top, I told you about the bonus. Bonus.
Bonus, but I don't want this.
Okay.
My teacher guy, but he was first extra pretty long, but I did it. So if I click here, then
You can change the percent. If you want to have, if you want to get 2%.
I'm going to be choosing today, but I had to clarify
So
a
that-
couple of things from her.
It's up to you.
Because,
Usually maximum two.
actually, first off, I wanted to know whether I'm allowed to use the big books. Because in the college books, there's all my big books. So,
But it doesn't make.
I asked her, I said, is it okay, like, if we were
So
going to
it
choose,
changes the file.
if we're going to go ahead and choose,
It's still actually very.
if we're going to like choose like a big book, you just do one big book. Wait a minute.
Oh, you forgot the Yeah, I forgot.
I forgot.
Oh, then I'm on the T6.
Oopsie, I need to.
All right,
Just cut the test.
Okay, so basically what I usually do, first off, is how much time do I got? 34 minutes, okay, that's fine. All right, so first off, we're gonna be doing like 7th grade, 11th. So first thing I'm gonna do is put down 7th grade. Do you have the list of books of previous years that we might have provided?
Chapter test, 15.
So what I can do is put down 7th grade and
I
nice.
took it out, I didn't take it
So
out.
you need to add something.
Not always, so just what you do is that you choose the ones
You have
that
to
first
choose
off
the
they have
percentage
not
first.
done yet. And I guess it's, according to the system, is that it cycles every 3 years. So the books I know you cannot choose is The Giver, I know that, it is, we've used that.
This one.
Tuck Everlasting, I did. Then, actually, can you hold on just a second, wait for here a moment, I'm just gonna ask her to send me something.
So I can do now, chapter test 15. Past quiz, I would say, past quiz, and 15. And then,
You already mastered it.
Thanks. So this one I get copy.
The assignment type you cannot copy. Assignment you can copy, but assignment type you can't. Did you get the syllabus template? You got it, right?
I didn't.
That one.
No, I didn't get it. So you need to add in my class on. I don't have anything. So that's why I gave you my email
So
address.
that's usually done by Mr. Wong. I was wondering if you guys
Oh,
got it yesterday.
Okay. So
But
I
I
can.
already told them that you need, I already asked Mr. Wong to add you and Mr.
Yeah.
Google Drive. Over.
Google Drive.
Maybe you moved already.
Okay, she sent me the list.
Oh, okay. We don't see it in sure.
So she said she will send one to you as well.
Taking my life stuff. No.
There we go. Okay. You got it?
Unfortunately, no life stuff. So I don't know where Mr. Wong is, so we will add you soon, but, syllabus looks like.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so these are the previous novels. So we got MSA, MSB. So basically,
So this is.
so you can't do Chronicles of Narnia, Magician's Nephew. So basically, here's how you look at it.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying. No, okay, so let's just do it this way. You go on to that next. We'll look at this. So, okay. All right. So we have here MSB. It reaches all the way to over here. Almost down. All right. So basically, we have here. So these are all books. All right. So because remember, it's 2 books per semester. So you got Call of the Wild, Tuesdays with Glory, Wonder. I don't know why there's only 1 book. Rich Dad, Poor Dad, The Red Pony, Tuesdays with Glory, Chronicles of Narnia, Magician's Nephew. I don't know why this is twice, but okay. All right. So these are the books you cannot choose. Yeah. So probably, actually, you could get away with it on Everlasting. Let me see.
They didn't do it, right?
Yeah, that's all right.
You say you already did it. This is, we choose 2 books.
2 books per semester.
So we're gonna choose like 4 books for the whole year.
You don't have to, but you can.
Okay. I'll just go to. But, like, for example,
See, I had MSC, so I know what.
this is 2021,
Mm-hmm.
so this is MSB, so they already read all this now.
Let me go ahead and get, let's put it this way. I believe this is the same class that we have this semester. She's just identifying the class of this semester. So, for me, it's MSc. I know this because I recognize these quite well. I have taught most of these, except for Matilda and Rose. Some of that numbers. So, these ones I've never taught. Not at all. This one I have, because this was a previous class. This was my lower level, I guess you could say, that I have taught, so I know this level. Okay, so what this means is that you make this, even though it says MSB right now, it does not mean that they were MSB last year. Okay, just want to make sure it's clear. And I think that was the reason why she did put a grade on there. It's because, yeah, it's not, it's one more, it's a grade. Yes, so I would recommend verifying that, but I'm pretty sure you're good to go. I mean, if you were to choose from under here, mine worked, but I don't choose one here. It's painfully hard. I had to really, really work hard on that for them. So I lived and learned in the States. So I think this is the list that you cannot choose. So that means you can choose Tuck Everlasting. Okay. So Tuck Everlasting, if you want to choose that one. So it's classic, so that one's okay.
You know loser?
Loser. Never heard of that. Is it a modern one? Is it classic or modern? Is it really? Is it loser? What is it called? The main reason why I know this is because when was it written? So,
Not that.
yeah, but that doesn't mean anything because the other one, Tuck Everlasting, is.
Yeah, that's 3 to 7.
Yep. So that would work. Yeah. So that would also work right well. I think that works because Tuck Everlasting is a classic book. Because she does require you to at least have one classic literature book. Okay. And if you're going to choose a modern novel, make sure that you pass it through them. Just let them know what it is. Because that's actually one of the reasons I was going in there and asking them about one particular book. See if it's okay. If it's not a big deal, it's okay. But that was easy. I don't know. I'm going to charge my computer before it dies. My goodness. I'll be right back.
So what is the difference in weight each based on their points? So everything, see, quiz right here is.
You're doing for grade 12, right?
Yeah.
Well, hold on a second. Normally it's already,
Weight.
Yeah.
But in some part, if you did a quiz, it doesn't say weight, homework is weight on the side.
that looks
This
kind
one
of
is
normal.
not.
Yes.
But final and midterm is now weight.
Final and midterm, okay.
See, okay, the final, should I play or what?
Well, see, it's going to be weighted as, no matter what, because it's 30%. It's right there.
Yeah.
So weight is based on their points. If you want to do it that way, if you have, like, for example, we'll click on it, I'll show you. We'll click on it.
Second play.
Okay.
Then depends on
Well,
their point, right?
Well, press, yes, it changes. See what it looks like. It's still the same, so it hasn't changed much. So I don't think it's going to really matter all that much.
It's supposed to be weight.
So because there's no available weight remaining anyway, so it's 0%. So these are already weighted, it's already put in there, so it's all good.
So everything percent is weight, right?
I would imagine so. Because these are usually put in by JP. Me personally, I never changed them. I just kind of left it there. The only thing I ever added was like extra credit. Because see, that is not weighted. It's not from that, because it's extra credit. So that's the only one I've ever added to it, and any type of extra credit, because otherwise everything else is left alone. So that's kind of what I do. It seems to work. I figure it's like, if it's not broke, don't fix it, you know? I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get my computer on. Actually would have a right here, but I don't know. Okay, good, that's stretching.
the office. I think it is not here.
My wife told me, she goes, I was a big girl today, and I went to the Dyson, so she walked to the store. She walked to the store, Dyson. So she said she was a big girl when she walked to the store. And I told her, very impressed, a big girl. Because,
By the way, on the way this road, there is a shop. There's a hobby, not a hobby lobby, but hobby and hobby shop. Looks like exactly what you made it, the carving things. There's a shop. You can, have a business with it. This is beautiful. I took a picture.
and they have a lot of wood stuff.
Food stuff.
Yeah.
It's the same things I saw with the carvings. It's amazing. It's all wood.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they probably have a machine.
There's a machine, they made of this. And here, see, on the wall, there's a machine, there's carving things. There's
Well,
wood.
I can't see it.
So like that. See the bottom?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, they, see?
That's very nice.
Yeah. And so they'll be walking like, do something like you could business, right? I don't know.
Well, we did, and it was good, but
Yeah.
we came over here, no.
I mean, from here too. I'm saying it's like,
We paid $5,000 for the machine,
how much?
5,000.
Ah!
Yeah, it's a lot.
Maybe they have it, I don't know.
So how are you doing your list of plans? Are you looking at the photo?
No, I don't, do you have it? I don't have any, the format.
Oh, no, I have the paper. I have the paper.
What paper?
No, the documents they give us.
I know, but I want to this form. We need to type in, see?
Oh, yeah, type it up.
See, type in and say, this is a form. Angela has this form.
Oh, she
You
had
can
that one.
refill right here. We can add
Maybe
it.
because she's part of the Google Classroom.
So he need to add our Google Classroom email,
Yeah,
Gmail
maybe.
address to,
I'm just reading
the meeting.
some of the things, so.
Yeah.
School that I was a part of, they gave all the lesson plans, so I'm just reviewing to see if I can tie it in.
But you can do it at the same time, like.
So it tells you the schedule with their math. for
What
reading.
is it? That's the thing.
That's
What is
nice.
Friday?
Yeah, they have high
What's
school
the,
too.
I see, where is the?
So it's north of Dallas. Like, they have high school. So like you can go and look at social studies, for example, and it tells you like, you can click on it.
Is it all open?
You
Can you load it?
you can open it up and then it'll give you kind of like an overview.
I mean, look, everybody can go in here?
Yeah. They give you like step by step.
You don't have the ID or something?
No, you can log in.
Very good. Princeton, I think you
Yeah,
got that.
go to departments and
Departments.
Good.
Good. Okay.
No, we help each other out.
Yeah, that's good.
Because I'm trying to find, because I'm looking at the grade, right, so grade 4. So,
Ooh,
so
nice.
I click on grade 4.
Princeton.
So,
Is it Plano? Where is it?
it's north, so I just have to remember. Because when I was in Dallas, I was over here to get the lesson plans. And I did it.
Awesome. Thank you. We have to help each other, okay?
Yeah, because look, I mean, the math.
Oh,
It
yeah.
has everything,
Math.
but the problem is, this is common core. They
Uh-huh.
do common core, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure. comment the word, I'm not sure if it's gonna
With,
relate.
with you, I mean, you know, make sure, compare it, so.
Well, it's not
pretty much
good.
similar.
Like,
Pretty
for
much similar.
example, for science,
Mhm.
like, physical properties,
Uh-huh.
I click on it, let's see what it shows. It's gonna have teeth stuff,
Excellent.
outdoors, investigation, outdoors.
Amen, amen. Amen, amen. I will look up, I will look up.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. So it's that's, so, for example, I guess this is how we're supposed to set up our lesson plan right here. Lesson 1, cells.
That's right, 1 week, right?
So this is what we do, chapter 1,
Uh-huh,
chapter 2, so this is an overview, right?
yeah.
I just want to make sure.
So this one book is half the semester, I mean, the 1 semester, right? One book is 1 semester.
What was it?
Normally, like, I think probably 2 books, because it's the whole entire year,
Yeah.
right? So 1 book,
Well, it is, right? 'Cause, well, this one has grade 1A and then 1E.
1A and B, so 1A is for 1 semester, whole semester, 1B is the spring semester.
Okay, so
This
it's
one
A
is-
and then B.
Yeah,
Okay, so
so
then,
A, the science first part will be 1 semester, fall semester. Then A has consists of chapter 1 through
it shows 2.
for science, you can next month, so it doesn't matter 2 or 3.
That's all it has.
Yeah, but, chapter 1 is a 4th lesson, 4 is 8. So, it's a midterm and a final, right? And that's,
Okay, so.
so you taught everything, every subject.
Yeah, but I have to, like, okay, so here it's breaking it down right here, right?
Yeah.
The activities,
Uh-huh.
the lab, quick lab, cell, pages 20 through 31. Vocabulary words. Research and technology. Yes, this is the second. I want to see if this matches, because it matches, not weird, but I don't think
Yeah,
it does.
you can see the contents is pretty much similar, okay? So you can see,
This one has,
why don't you look up this curriculum textbook? I think the list of the textbooks is in here. Okay? So there's contents, textbooks contents.
a lot of it is,
Not textbook. There's a list of. One's a physical, unit 1, physical property of matter. One's a exercise.
I just have to find something that sounds right. That probably have to do with like AP grade 3.
So, cell is biology, the biology, right?
you don't really have a choice with this in school. You just go for it.
ignore. Rather, we need to use from this book. There is a difficulty here. Always introduction part they show what is the objective and we can use so objectives, right objectives and then the summary, always like there's a summary part, the first word, last part, it's a summary. So basic idea of vocabulary, always in vocabulary front, there is use vocabularies. Always always a summary, cleanliness, adjectives. This is lesson 2, the same way. How about the very end of chapter, very end of the chapter? There is a summary. Test prep, review. So chapter 1 review, chapter 1 review, chapter 2. Review, chapter 2 review. Evaluate, prep, passive prep. Always like at the end of the chapter, review. Actually, these are the one, vocabulary, objectives in there, vocabulary, and then summative. Summary is always the end of the chapter, showing summary. So we can like objectives and then key vocabulary, key vocabulary, and then summary for prep. Passive prep was actually for the main idea, But I think it has the depth of knowledge. Passive prep was the one. Passive prep was the one key point for each chapter. So normally typically the teacher's manual is always front. They show everything, the subject, objectives and, the first part of it, they show the vocabulary, what is it we need to know about from this chapter, the summary, everything. And then the end of chapter always review. So these two combined, then we can, all the, topic. So this, because since we have a teacher's manual, so we can just type it in there. So all the teacher's manual show us what is objective for each chapter. It's hard to find the matching, let's say, So we can use this manual, teacher's manual is showing like, review and then first part.
Or I could do common core. You should say common core.
Yeah, I mean, any common core or any.
Because text is separate. Text is separate. They don't call it common core.
This is what we call it,
Otherwise, everywhere else but text is. Text is not called common core. So that's why it's not mentioned, so. Yeah, so.
No, how about other Michigan? Is there a Michigan? Common core?
Oh, yeah. So,
I don't know, the common core is, I thought it's the right common core, there's few states, but all states use a common core.
no, not all. Texas is the only one that is not.
Well, what is Texas that you're referring to?
They're teaks. They call it teaks.
What is it says for
Texas, I don't know. But look right here.
Where is common core? do you match? How do you
I'll
find?
find it, I'll find it.
You know, it's tough to find the same, topic.
I'll find it.
Or,
I think it's worth it, it wastes a little time.
Pastor, VP, Mr. Wang, he needs to add our email address to Google Drive.
Yeah, for sure.
We have a Kakao group chat.
So I haven't, are we supposed to be somewhere by 2?
So somebody invited the group chat.
Oh, I see. Oh, guys, just a little messy.
She's the one leading?
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, totally different.
yeah. She can say. Start attacking himself. Well, she's taking medicine and that stuff. My daughter found a fan on the floor, so she kept it. Nobody was around, so she kept it. I thought it all happy. She was like, "Oh, found it." I don't know how you're gonna charge it, but that's funny. Hey.
So we are group chat. Here.
So you know, like something really should check.
You invite the.
How are you
Very
teachers?
quiet.
Singing okay? The trucks?
This is a group chat. Kakao. The group. This one. This one is for the one invite. This is all group teachers. No, these are two. This one is elementary. This is elementary. This is the whole entire. Usually it's 3 people, one is 12 people, can 3, so.
Let's go get up at 7.
Yeah.
Get 6. Please read.
Everywhere, scattered people.
So I found this
So
number.
you're white?
I'm cracking up. One thing about my wife is that she's not 100% sure, she's gonna be like, what do I do?
How did you meet her?
The church?
At the church? Oh.
Same relation. What are you gonna put? I'm sorry, what were we gonna tell you? Did you get the text? This welcome. Did you get the text?
Let's see.
From the app?
Yeah. Right, I give the Vicky to add our email address. I think this week, construction very helpful for our worker.
Hey, what's this right here? I got this, I don't know what that is.
This is about weather alerts. Weather, suppose, so how do you, be careful because of the rain. So this is the weather forecast. This is weather forecast. Alarm lights. It's about, and then the lights, really think it's about weather. We are waiting for. What are you waiting for? Google. Vicky needs to add email address to your shared,
Oh, what is it?
Drive that, we can do lesson for.
I don't know if I can do my lesson plans without my syllabus. I gotta do my syllabus before I can do my lesson plan.
That's the syllabus.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. So. What's this? Oh, standards. Is that standards? Is that what that is?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay, you're fine.
I'm just trying to see if there's any, like a lesson plan for the whole week broken down. I know that, I was, it's not showing that there's one for critiques,
Uh-huh.
but I don't know how to connect it. It's
What
different.
what level are you teaching?
Fourth grade. So like, for example, here is, one of the schools that makes it, not physically clear, but like their, online curriculum. So like, you can actually like language arts and math, and it breaks it down in 6 weeks.
Okay.
It's all, click on it, it tells you what it teaches.
I see.
So like, for example, your science, I was trying to see, okay, so what would you say? Cells. So what's that?
I wish I was a math teacher. No, let me rephrase that. I wish I had the knowledge of a math teacher. That's what I was trying to say. No, I don't want to be a math teacher. Trust me. I have trouble with numbers. I have trouble with counting.
Interesting.
I know, but it's not that. It has nothing. It's not that. It's I can do math, but the problem is that my brain will mix up the numbers. Yep. And I have a hard time when anybody starts giving me a chart and has a bunch of numbers on it. I'm just like, shoot. So I was just like, why can't I just think like a normal person? That would be great. Air conditioner in here anyways. Choose my books.
Maybe is doing Wi-Fi on the ceiling, so I couldn't read it. So she's hiding on the somewhere, I couldn't see it.
Oh, it's on the
Because of
roof.
the Wi-Fi, there's some line going through on top of somewhere. The ceiling, inside the ceiling inside. So I couldn't see it, so like a mask and
I see, I see.
I think the syllabus is too long. It's like the college syllabus.
It is.
Yeah, it's too long. It's supposed to be like secondary.
There's some things
short.
that, yeah.
It's like college, but huge. How many pages?
Usually, I know, right, usually but it's gotta remember though that, like, for example, I went to Liberty University, okay, which is an online, course where they contain the syllabus. The syllabus is usually like about 3 pages long.
Yeah.
But, right,
4, maximum 4.
but, you gotta keep in mind though, is that it's an 8-week course.
Still one semester for me when I'm in a grade school. Not long, like 3, 4.
Right.
4 pages. That's only enough.
So basically what they're doing is that they're combining the pacing chart with the syllabus, which is why it's bigger. So that's why it looks bigger. Is mainly so that way they can give that to the parents, so that way they know exactly what to expect for the students. So it's mainly that. So the only thing the one I probably complain about the most is the lesson plans. The lesson plans has always been a thorn in my side since I've been here. And then I've heard that they're really going to be changing the format, and my eyes just roll to the back of my head because I'm just like, what are you going to change now?
So you do lessons like a week ago, like for instance, like next week, Monday from Friday, lesson like this week you make, right?
Well, I don't necessarily have a problem with making lesson plans, it's just I don't usually have enough prep time to do so. And now it sounds like it's
So
going to
we're
be
gonna do you need to submit then as
yes,
to where?
to them.
I mean, the hard copy or electrical?
It's usually electric copy. Basically, last year we used the Google Drive, and it was inside of a folder. Now, of course, what used to go through to EP1, but since Lee King is here, she has to look through it, because she's more thorough.
Okay.
Yeah, so she's more thorough. I'm not exactly sure yet whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Ideally, that would be a good thing, but I'm thinking to myself, my lesson plans have been crap. I know they are going to be. But, and then they're talking about, well, if you don't do the lesson plans through one, and then we're going to not pay. I'm just like, then you're going to not pay. I'm sorry. All I can do is just give you the lesson plans that I plan. If you don't like it and want me to keep doing it, fine, that's okay. I will still keep teaching what I'm supposed to be teaching. I tend to think in bullet points in my head is the problem. I don't think since I think in bullet points, my brain goes really fast. It's an unfortunate thing. I have ADHD stuff. So, yeah. So my brain goes like extra fast, and which means I skip details on accident. So I tend to think in bullet points. So lesson plans are very difficult for me because they require detail. And I'm thinking to myself, and I've asked them, I said, how long does it take you to do one lesson plan? They say 3 hours. I was like, we're supposed to do 20, right? So this is my complaint. My only complaint, really. I mean, I can deal with the syllabus any time of the day, no problem. I love pacing charts. Pacing charts
More
are
like
cool.
involved to teaching, they kind of complain, very often to the teachers.
I'm sorry, what?
I mean, the office workers.
Oh, you're talking about what happened last year.
Like bothering, teaching, you know what I'm saying? It's like
I heard a comment.
you're too much comment what you're doing, you're teaching, and what, treating your students. They have a more involved in what you're doing, or if they have many comments about.
Are you talking about what happened last year?
Yeah, last year, I mean, last
So,
year. But I'm saying it's
let's
like
put it this
they're
way.
complaining, they were, I think something is mistake or something wrong.
There was a lot of misunderstandings. There was a lot of misunderstandings is what they were. And it's one of the reasons why I kind of stick around, because they were just under misunderstandings. And,
So you have a hard time for communication with.
yep, if you're gonna say, what is the biggest problem in this
Every
school?
semester?
Yeah, since I've been here so far.
Really?
Yep. So, you know what I've done?
So who can be a bridge between parents?
Myself. That's what I do. No, actually, I just decided to take a more proactive approach, and that if I have an issue, I don't go on Kakao Talk and tell them. I go straight to the office and just tell them. And then I tell them my issue. And if it's a sensitive issue, then I talk to Grace alone. Grace is very dependable. And as much as sometimes,
So any issues you go directly, if necessary, you go.
me personally, I don't trust people easily. So when it comes to these type of problems, I go to her directly. The other ones don't understand me as well. She puts up with my shenanigans quite well, so I trust her the most.
How
When it
about
comes to the
parents? Parents complain.
I don't usually hear them complain so much. I hear it from the students.
So students would tell their parents about it.
More than likely.
And parents
That's an
would
assumption
tell-
there. I want to make
Yeah.
sure that's clear.
Yeah.
Yes, that's an assumption. I don't know that. I have no idea. The one thing I have learned, because see, in the very beginning, I honestly, okay, don't tell this thing. Right? Because basically, I was here 2 years ago when it started getting bad. So the fact that so many students left us, it was not too shocking for me.
Why? Why did that?
Miscommunication. Again, it was a miscommunication with the students with the administration. And the thing was is that the teachers were also frustrated too, because they were trying to communicate with the district, which is one reason you saw that she's trying to make positive changes. She knows these are problems, and she's trying to solve them. So, I admire Grace's trying so hard. So she's a very genuine person. I like her a lot. I didn't go, there was a couple of teachers here who were frustrated with the system, is what they were. They were very frustrated with the system. Me personally, probably the biggest issue I had with students was that there was, we technically got to remember, this school is an ELL school, English Language Learners.
That's
Okay.
right, exactly.
You gotta keep this in mind. But the problem is that we got a school system, but we're trying to use an American curriculum under a Korean system.
I know. But that's the point. Okay, Johnny, you need to know about this, really. Because
Yeah.
you just directly from the States.
Oh,
I mean,
that's right.
You don't know the ELL. I mean, the most of the students, they are here, most like learning English.
Yeah.
Adjusting.
This is an immersion school.
Yeah.
Technically, that's what it is. This
That's
is an
right.
immersion school.
So like ESL,
Yes.
you know what I mean, like ESL. The entire ESL, but it's a little tiny combined subject,
Mhm.
and pretty much ESL.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like the former high school also, out of like, if I have 20 students, out of 20, about 3 or 4, 5, those are the ones fluent English speaker.
Right.
The rest is they learning in the middle, and the way just got from the public schools, so
Right.
no idea what's talking
And then
about.
there are those that are high level. There are those that are high level.
Uh-huh.
So it is a equal mix of ESL,
Yes,
middle,
exactly.
and high. Every class is going to have one.
Yes,
And it's just something that you have to keep in mind. It does require differentiated teaching. You do have to keep in mind, how am I going to,
How you handle that?
Oh, well, see, I have the same goal, but small, but how do I say? Same goal, but the tiny goals to get there, you know, are
That's
going to be
right.
different.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're going to be different in order to reach that.
So you don't wanna, even more each part of each group, it's, for instance, like high level students, they want more eager to learn.
Yeah.
And then lower level is, have no idea what
Right.
a teacher talking about in English, they don't understand at all.
Right.
And the middle, like, so as a teacher, really satisfied that every level of students, how they manage, like, it's all
Right.
different.
The The good thing is that these students, they're good students. They are good students.
Yeah.
I enjoy them. It's just you have to keep in mind that if a problem arises, which we did, I had to be a middle person for 2 classes. I had to be, because the weakness that they have is that when a serious problem arises, they don't know how to solve the problem. So that's the big issue. So like, for example, we had a bullying situation 2 years ago, when it was 11th grade, first year I was here. And then even though that died off, 12th grade, there was issues even then because they were still dealing with that. And nobody was, it frustrates me because it could have been avoided. It could have been avoided if the school just knew how to act. They did try to act. They did try, but they did it wrong. So like, for example, because there was a student inside the class, there was a group of friends. There was I suspect that was a sociopath, I guess, I don't know. And he just decided to break up the friends for fun. And he quit school. He left the school, but the friendships remained fractured. And then the one girl who was the most sensitive thought that the other 3 girls were bullying her, and that was not the case. And then she started to attack them. And these were well-respected students. And she kept saying, oh, they're bullying me, they're bullying me. And she kept saying this, reporting this to the teachers. And then what happened is that the school believed her. So the other 3 students got punished for no reason. That was a big deal.
All about
I had to spend 2 semesters counseling those 3 students. And I'm working with that student to try to get her to be at least in a good place. But the problem was that the one student who was actually the one who was being truly bullied was ignored. Because they were so focused on those 3 girls. And it wasn't her that was being bullied. There was a 4th girl that was in the midst of it, who was kind of the catalyst. She didn't start anything, but she was the catalyst because she was actually bullying her. The one who was accusing the other girls of bullying her. So she had a mental breakdown. And she had to go to therapy. And the school didn't know how to intervene because they didn't know how to do it. And it was that was the reason why I stood up. That was the reason why I was like, okay, let's see what we can go in and do to try to salvage the situation. So I ended up being their counselor unofficially for like 2 semesters, just trying to get them to be in a balanced way of mind and help them see it from God's perspective. I guess you could say, because I used the Bible in the midst of that while still using psychological approach. I'm so glad I got my certificate in counseling. Goodness gracious. But that was, it made me realize something, is that this is a good school. It really is. You have the best down-to-earth people that you know. They want the students to succeed. They want to succeed as a team. They genuinely desire it. They do view this as a mission field. But the problem is that when problems do arise, they don't listen. And it's so that means, as teachers, we have to be prepared for that type of situation. Who are you going to contact if something happens? So I was in, of course, we had another situation last semester with 11th grade. Now they're 12th grade now. And I realized they had put me with them. And I was just like, I knew it. Because I was counseling them last semester. They know me, so they feel comfortable with me. I was like, okay, that's good. So I think that was probably the most heartbreaking thing for me as a teacher here. So, but is it because of their bad school? No, definitely. They are, it's why I stayed. Yeah.
I mean, the school.
And that's why you'll notice they're making changes. They're trying to make changes. I mean, they're not trying to ignore people. Sometimes it's like what I call the deer in the headlights. If something happens, they're just like, what do we do? This is why it's very important, I think, to be proactive if you see a problem, make sure they know about it. And then talk or discuss it with them, you know. I've actually found it best to, when I was counseling the 12th grade and counseling the 11th grade, I always told them absolutely everything. Because I wanted them to understand the students. So that's basically it. So but the problem is too though, is that because all of this was happening, people misunderstood their action. Because they thought on the industry, they misunderstood it. So they started suspecting us like, oh, they must be doing something shady and everything like that. So they're just taking their money. And I'm just like,
Oh.
it got shady, man. It was not true. The thing is that I'm a person who doesn't trust easily. I checked it out for them. I did my own little investigations just for them. And because there was even a couple of teachers that was starting to agree with students, and I was like, go check. So and in the end, I found out that everything was all rumor. She even told me where all the finances go. She did it in detail, told me where all of it goes, which I suspected. The reason why is because I work at a church. Okay, I work at a church. I'm a pastor's assistant. And one of the things that I get to know is how churches run financially. It takes a lot of money for an old building to stay on the ground, especially in Korea.
Which church are you going?
Yonseng Chinnae.
연세?
Yonseng Chinnae.
연세 치치네. Baptist.
Yeah, Baptist church.
Oh.
That's why I laughed when you said Southern Baptist. I was like, can't escape. Well, then of course it's the most common denomination in America. It is the least common in Korea.
Yeah, in Korea is the Presbyterian.
Presbyterian all the way. So everybody else is like, Baptist, what's that? It's like we're like the cousins of Presbyterians. We share a common denominator. We tend to believe that once you're saved, you don't lose your salvation. We just bicker on the details of that. That's all.
And then, the fourth word, there is a Southwest Baptist Theology Seminary. Do you know where it is?
Oh, I've heard of it.
The fourth word?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, that's a Baptist seminary, one of the famous in America. And Korean Presbyterian pastors go over to that Baptist school and learn over there. And then they involve Baptist church to get a scholarship. And then when they return to Korea and back to Presbyterian church,
Can't escape that. People have asked me, it's like, what denomination are you in? I was like, well, let's put it this way. When I'm in a Methodist church, I'm a Methodist for a day. When I'm in a Baptist church, I'm a Baptist for a day. When I'm in a Pentecostal church, I'm Pentecostal for a day. I have a degree. I have 2 degrees, actually. I have a bachelor's degree in religion and a master's degree in theology. I'm okay. I do not need a church to tell me.
you have master's in theology?
Yeah.
Where?
Same school, Liberty University.
Liberty.
Yeah.
Oh, Liberty also Baptist, right?
They're non-denominational technically,
Non-denominational.
but here's what I say about the
But
word
it's
non-denominational.
So, Pastor Reverend Fulwell is a Baptist.
Yeah, but here's the thing, it's just that, I've learned one thing about non-denominational. It means 2 things. It doesn't mean actually non-denominational. It just means they either don't know or they won't tell you. That means you have to do your own investigations. So, because I actually went to a non-denominational, it was Pentecostal. And Liberty University says, we're non-denominational, but they're Baptists.
Yeah.
They're pretty much,
Well, they don't
they're close to Southern Baptist.
They don't want to connect to any form of,
Affiliation.
yeah,
Yeah.
they don't want, because, like Pentecostal, there's some branches of Pentecostal.
Yes.
Not Pentecostal.
There's a
There's some
scandal.
Pentecostal, like, where the whole states.
The Fulwell son,
Yeah.
current president.
Oh, trust me, all Liberty University students rejoiced as he left. Because we didn't like him.
Yeah, who
We
is
did not.
now president then?
He is Jerry Provo, I think is his name. He was one of the chairmen, was what he was.
Okay.
But I think what it was is that they've been itching to get him out of the party for years, and he finally had an opportunity and they took it. And frankly speaking, I don't mind.
He was like, who was his son?
Well, that's the thing, is that he wasn't even like his father. I mean, I would have preferred even Jonathan Follow to take over. So, but I think Jonathan Follow, you know who Jonathan Follow is, by the way? He is the pastor of TRDC, his father's old church. Okay, but he's not affiliated with the university at all. Okay, so that was something that he chose. He actually never got along with his brother, who was Jerry Falwell Jr. And they differed in a lot of areas, and especially on theology, especially since openly Jerry Falwell Jr. had said, well, I'm mostly a businessman. I'm not a pastor or anything like that. I don't really care about what you think of myself. What do you work at school at? Jeez. So it's just that everything about their system was so shady, and everybody knew it, and everybody was just like, it's still a good school. It really is. I still loved that school. It taught good. I know, it's colossal now. I don't even recognize what, because see, I went there in 2012, I think? No. Because 2012 is when I came here. I'm getting old, give me a second. 2009-ish, 2009, I think. So when I first moved there.
I think I have that meeting, right? At 2?
Am I two? We have a meeting?
Yeah, I think I did
Elementary, yes, you have to go.
But please, do me a favor, don't tell them I told you that.
Okay, please go. Sure.
He said somewhere over here, right, or something?
I need to, syllabus.
I have to choose books.
Then just about 10, and we'll be good.
The teachers were good, and they taught the material well, so that's why I like them. Here, back. I'm gonna ask a question about the book.
아니 성함 리스트 폰 있던데 뭐래? 내가 온다고 말 안 했는데 내 엄마 이모한테 오라고 말한 적도 없는데 거야. 내일 엄마 아침에 걸어갔는데 진짜 좋아. 상쾌하고. 근데 걸어다녀도 될 것 같아. 너무 좋아. 아침에 비도 안 오고. 외로움이라 하는 거 아닌데. 한번 생각해보자고, 그러니까, 그래요. 서로 생각해보자고 그랬지. 내일 아침에 다 이러고 헤어진 건 아닌데. 그래. 운동장 엄마 아침에 오는데 진짜 좋아. 상쾌하고 새벽 공기. 근데 너무 좋아. 기분이 완전 상쾌해. 걸어가는데 나는 아침에 일찍 산거 너무 좋거든. 한 7시 반에 나와서 걸어다니까고. 아니야. 아침에 하루 상쾌하고, 그리고 그 예림교회 바로 앞으로 지나서 걸어가니까 바로 경주지고, 거기서 조금 걸어가니까 바로 너무 좋아, 나 이거 운동도 되고, 나 그냥 걸어다닐래. 나 칠 필요 없을 것 같아. 진짜로. 아니, 왜냐면, 필요하면은 택시 타고 가고, 그래. 아니, 나 그냥 걸어다닐까봐. 나 너무 좋아, 엄마. 아니, 그때는 택시 타고 다니면 되고, 그리고 진짜 기본 내용이고, 그리고 그 셔틀, 그 버스도 이쪽 근처 내가 동대에서 앞으로 지나가더라고. 그 차가 와. 삿다리까지 오더라고. 삿다리까지는 가는 거 같아. 거기까지는 80도 안 와. 그러니 거기까지 셔틀이 오더라고. 그럼 그걸 타도 될 것 같아. 진짜 좋아. 아니, 이거는 차가 문제가 아니라 내 건강도 좋고, 아침에 너무 상쾌하고, 완전 대박. 너무너무 좋아. 오늘 기분 좀, 문자해.
Not time yet.
That time yet?
No, it wasn't time yet. So I'm like, okay. 2:30. I was like, oh, okay. I found VP. He was actually, you're right, he was actually in the office downstairs. He came down from the little crawl space up there. So he's there now. All sweat. So every school I've been to, there's always something. You know what I mean?
What now?
I said every school I've been to, there's always something. There's always, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Every school,
Yeah.
there's always something. My pastor would say, he goes, the church was perfect until you walked in. You heard me?
What?
And my pastor would say, the church is perfect until you walked in. But then,
That's you the problem.
yeah, because,
We had a problem.
because the people are all like, I can't believe, you know, and it's all, what? I mean, Jesus referred to it as a hospital. Right, for the sick, it's not, so you're gonna go to a hospital where sick people are, that's
Yeah.
what the trouble is,
Yeah.
you know? Oh, yeah. Over the hill, you put over the hill.
I have the whole over here. But I'm not a miss over the hill, miss.
Yeah. Yeah, so the church I came out of, they got they did a play, and in the play, they had mentioned behind the pulpit, you know, the preacher was preaching, and he had mentioned about kind of like the same message as the Reverend did. That's what it says on the paper, Reverend Kim. And yeah, so in that headlines, it's like in Dallas, it's in so McAllen, small area, and they went all the way national. And I'm laughing because my friend, who was a pastor, I had forwarded to him, and he always had a cup that said heavy duty on it. Because the way he preached, he was like, I don't hold back. He said, if you're offended, oh well, right? So that's what he would say. You know, because obviously the message, you know, is, okay, well, scripture, it's a lot of books. It's a book that says pretty much no, right? Can't do this, can't do that, right? But in the front it says good news, right? So, you know, being told no, right? Because when you're a sinner, you think everything's okay. The scripture says, no, you can't do that, you can't do this, you can't do that, right? Broadest way to destruction, which many people go by. The narrowest way to righteousness, which few people find. So, when Jesus is saying it's narrow, you don't get to do whatever you want, right? He's saying that it's broad, it's strict, right? The people who are going on the path don't care. Broad. They do.
John, I think you're a preacher. Have you thought about studying theology?
No, I forget. But, you know, he says broad is the way to destruction, right? So there's many people who go by the narrow, right? So like you walk a narrow path on a don't get to decide where you want to go. Right? You don't go, okay, well, yeah, I'm going down the hill, I'm gonna go this way. You're restricted, you know? But the best part is the good news, right? Is that if you, because we're not perfect, we will make mistakes, right? That's being human. But Jesus says it's a wage, right? A wage is something to get paid. When Jesus says, you know, one beats to death is the wage. So, like, for example, if you and I, or let's say I mess up, right? But then I repent, and then I get things right with God, and I move forward, that's not a wage. A wage is working every day where you get paid. So that's when he says wage is that, right? It's where you get paid. So working a job, you get a wage, right? Because you do it every day. So what he's saying is someone who completely does not care about the Bible and does it repeatedly, right? Who keeps on doing it, he's going to get that wage which leads to death. But as Christians, if we make mistakes, right? Like back home, someone will cut me off and I'll be like, oh, sorry. So, you know, that's okay. You know, as long as I repent. And then all of a sudden, you're right with God, right? Because it's not a wage. You're not doing it every day. Right? So, anyways, just something to think about, right? So, I guess because of my disability when I was young, I was dropped.
So after, what month was when you just born?
When I was just born.
Just born.
Just born.
So how long you been like sick?
Well, I'm not sick no more. Jesus' name. Come on.
So after drop, it was completely okay.
You know, honestly, I know I was in one of those cube things, you know, a ventilator.
Incubator,
Yeah, incubator. Yeah, so I was like that for a little bit. Because I was this small.
Yeah,
I
sure.
was like this big because I was going to
But
preemie.
since you were in the, like, when you grown up, like 2 or 3 years old, like, when you
Well, I
walk.
couldn't, my spelling and all that would go bad growing up.
Because of that.
Yeah.
So what age was like a?
Last year?
No.
Now I'm trying to think.
So what year you were, you know, basically typical?
Well, what I'm saying is that when I was like in 4th, 5th grade, I couldn't spell the.
Oh, 4th grade.
4th grade, I couldn't spell the.
So what happened?
So what I had to do was I had to, when I would write or take tests, I would have to think of ways to write the sentence in the way that I could spell. So I would like think, and then I would spell the way I was, okay, I can't spell that word, so I have to use different words. So what came about was that I would look at things differently. So I see that, first of all, it was a good thing, right? Because we always look at, you know, if I was dropped, but my dad spent all that money, which is a good thing because I probably would not be alive, because at that time I was not saved. I was a bad person, so I probably take that money and just continued on my bad ways, and I probably would not be here. So I'm actually thanking God for me not receiving that money. We don't know at the time.
You know what? Lord will bring that money back to you because this is not intentional, but it was supposed to be, you need to use that money, but somehow your father is misused, but
Yeah, we spend it.
Lord's faithful. Lord's faithful, so always different timing, God will bring it back to you somehow. I don't know, but
Yeah.
God will.
2002.
No, what I'm
I wanna
saying
wake
is
up and someone goes,
either
"I feel
God
the
will
Lord."
bless your children, you
Yeah.
know,
Oh, yeah.
and so bring that amount, not amount, but some type of
Well, they're gonna
blessing.
get the inheritance. of the-
Inheritance, yeah, it was maybe your child, and you inherited or something blessing comes flow to your children. I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
You
no,
or
I
your
agree,
children.
I agree. Jonathan's smart. My daughter's smart too, but Jonathan, wow, he's something else. Like, he's like 3 and I told him he can open up. Like when he was 2, he could open the front door.
He has his IQ somewhere.
And probably, yeah, 2. He was opening the front door. 2. He pushed the chair, unlocked the door, opened it. One time he walked out. 2. That's pretty incredible.
John, I'm gonna head down for the elementary meeting. Elementary meeting.
You ready?
Go.
Oh man. Gosh, sake. You experience. All right.
주메이라고 합니다. 이게 누굴 좋아했어요? 주메이. 네, 맞습니다. 네. 여기 오랬는데 제가 선생님 이름을 제가 몰라서 못 만들었어요. 이거 힘들어가지고요. 여기게 여기다 이제 올려놔야 되는데 아직 큰 이름이 없어요. 제가 이름 몰라가지고 그래서 나중에 써주고 파일은 어디 있냐? 전에 선생님이 쓰셨던 것도 있거든요.
전에 써도 돼.
여자분이 세 분이 있었어요. 이게 뭐야? 이런 선생님이 들어가 보시면은 저기 특별히 해주고 저기 보시면 제이미 보시면은 알고요. 다시 보시면 메뉴 작년에 first week 이거 다운로드 받아가지고 이거 했습니다. 이 정도 되면 이거 그대로 가능하면 저걸로 쓰세요. 저건 어디냐면 여기서 직접 드시는 거니까 이거 다운로드 다운로드 그리고 올리실 때는 2021년이니까 22년 플러스 고맙습니다. 네. 죄송합니다. 제가 지금
워드죠? 워드 파일이죠?
이거 다운로드 하셔가지고
다운할 때 그 파일 넣는
예, DOCX
거.
보시면은
DOCX.